Welcome to Undiksa, the largest state university in North Bali. Undiksa had developed for a long time ago. It was started in 1955. B1 course for Indonesian language was established to create Indonesian language teacher candidates. It developed to become FKIP Udayana University in 1962, SDKIP Negeri Singaraja in 1993, and IKIP Negeri Singaraja in 2001. Finally, in 2006, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha was officially established. Undiksa was the largest educational university in Bali, organized educational and non-educational study programs to create teacher candidates and non-educational professional graduates. Undiksa has a vision to be an excellent university based on the philosophy of Trihita Karana in Asia by 2045. Located in Singaraja City, North Bali, Indonesia, Undiksa now has 8 faculties and postgraduate programs, with 11 Diploma 3 programs, 37 bachelor programs, 40 master programs, 3 doctoral programs, and 2 professional programs. Besides creating innovation that departs from problems in industry and communities, Undiksa is constantly developing its curriculum. The implementation of the curriculum follows the development of science and technology in the industrial area, which is supported by very adequate supporting facilities and infrastructure. We provide comfortable lecturing halls, open areas and gardens, national and international standard sports facilities, such as soccer fields, volleyball and basketball courts, outdoor and indoor tennis courts. In 2021, Undiksa has 12,756 students and 469 lecturers. We have 40 professors, 141 lecturers with doctoral degree, and 288 lecturers with master's degree. To be Undiksa students, there are 3 different tests to enter this university, such as SNMPTN, SBMPTN, and SMPTN. Tuition fees at Undiksa are very affordable. Semester tuition fees start from 500,000 rupiah per semester, which is adjusted to the economic conditions of prospective students. At Undiksa, students not only learn from the academic development, but also for non-academic area. There are 24 students activity units that will develop students' talents and interest in sports and arts, as well as students' organizational skills.
Teman-teman semua, sebelum kita mulai IConVET ini, mudah-mudahan IConVET ini bisa berjalan lancar ya. Jadi kita doa dulu, berdoa menurut agama dan kepercayaan masing-masing, berdoa mulai. ya.
Rental houses are also easy to find around campus with varying annual rents. The nature of Buleleng Regency, which is Negara Gunung, makes Buleleng has many beautiful and easy-to-reach natural tourism destinations, such as beaches, waterfalls, and botanical gardens, so that students are not difficult to find a refreshing place. So, let's study at Unisa for a better future. Education is the best escalator for social change.
Bapak Ibu hadirin pecinta seni yang berbahagia, selanjutnya sebagai persembahan terakhir dari Duta Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha yang akan menampilkan tari kreasi bebarisan dengan judul Mancar ing Jagat. Terinspirasi dari tari baris dap-dap di Desa Pedawe, merangsang penata sehingga mengaplikasikannya menjadi sebuah karya tari kreasi bebarisan dengan intisari yaitu memberikan suatu gemerlap cahaya kesucian dalam suatu proses pembersihan Buana Agung dan Buana Alit dalam proses menuju keseimbangan dunia, keharmonisan dan kesejahteraan dengan konsep Buana Kerti. Esensi gerak pada karya tari ini tidak terlepas dari esensi gerak tari baris dap-dap di Desa Pedawe yang dikembangkan. Penata tari, Nyoman Arya Barata, Inyoman Karisma Aditya Hartana, penata tabuh, Murah Agung Rizky Restuaji, pelindung, Inyoman Jampel, penanggung jawab Iwayan Swastra, kostum by sampai kostum Batuan Gianyar. Hadirin dan pecinta seni yang berbahagia, langsung saja kita saksikan bersama Duta Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Selamat menyaksikan.
C. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, Shalom, Salam Harmoni. Your Excellency, Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Vice Rector of Academic and Relationship Affairs, Vice Rector for Public Administration, Planning, Finance, and Resources, Vice Rector for Student Affairs, Public Relations, and Graduates, the Honorable All Dean and Vice Dean in Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Director of Postgraduate in Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, the Head of Institute for Research and Community Service, all Head of Department in Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, representative from our sponsors, Pegadaian, Ganescom Studio, and Suara Teknika, keynote speakers, and all participants. Good morning and welcome to the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology, IConVET 2021, with the theme, Digital Transformation on TVET in the New Normal Era, Saturday, November 27th, 2021. It is a great honor for us that you are able to join the 4th International Conference organized by the Faculty of Engineering and Vocational, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, which involves participants from Indonesia and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request you to rise in your places as we will commence today's conference with the singing of the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to pray.
Prayer. Om Swastiastu. Let us lead this prayer visit on the teaching of Hindu. And those who are not Hindu, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Om Awignam Astu Namo Siddham. Om meditio Shio param jyote rakto tejo namo astute Sweta pangkajama Diasta Bhaskaraya Namastute Om Rang Ring Sah Paramasiwara Ditya Ya Nama Nama Sua Om Yang Widi The merciful good we pray and ask for grace only to you. We ask for your blessing so that this event can be carried out well. Om Ayu Wardi Asawardi Wardi Pradnya Suka Aryan Dharma Santana Wardi Syat Santute Sapta Wardaya Om Dirgayastu Tat Astu Astu Om Awignam Astu Tat Astu Astu Om Subamastu Tat Astu Astu Om Sukam Bawantu Sriam Bawantu Purnam Bawantu Om Kesama Sampurna Yanama Om Dewa Suksama Paramacintya Yanama Swaha Om Santi 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 Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next, may I invite the chairman of the committee to present the report. For Mr. Inyoman Saputra Wahyu Wijaya, Eskom MCS, the floor is yours.
The Honorable Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Vice Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Director of Postgraduate Program of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Head of Research and Community Service, Institute of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and Head of Learning Development and Quality Assurance of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Deans of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Vice Deans of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Head of Department and Coordinator of Study Programs of Faculty of Engineering and Vocational, Head of Students Association, President of the Student Executive Board, and its members in Faculty of Engineering and Vocational, lecturers and staff of Faculty of Engineering and Vocation, representative from our sponsor, Pegadaian, Ganescom Studio, and Suara Teknika, keynote speaker, and all participants. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, Shalom, Salam Harmoni. First of all, let us send our gratitude upon Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, the Almighty God, for his blessings of the opportunity to have this international conference. As the chair of the committee, I feel honored and delighted to welcome you all in the 4th International Conference on Vocational and Technology, which has themed digital transformation on TVET in the new normal era. This conference, organized by the Faculty of Engineering and Vocational, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, to bring together academics, researchers, and professionals to present their ideas, experiences, and research in a scientific event. It brings together state-of-the-art research in vocational education and technology. This year's IConVET still held in virtual conference format. This is to support our government's policy preventing the spread of coronavirus disease. Virtual conferences are held without reducing the benefit of this international event and hope that all of us will always be given health. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this fourth international conference on vocational and technology is attended by participants from more than 29 different universities and institutes who represent 3 different countries, namely Indonesia, France, and Australia. We received 59 submission of full papers and through a quite tough review process. The conference finally accepted 35 papers for presentation. Therefore, on behalf of the committee and the Research Institute of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, let us extend our greatest appreciation to all of you who have supported us and contributed your manuscripts to our conference, as well as to the panel of reviewers who have helped us in the selection process. Ladies and gentlemen, in our beloved international conference, we are proudly addressed that we have 3 honorable keynote speakers: Prof. Pascal Marquet from University de Strasbourg, France, Prof. Dr. Muhammad Ruri Triono, MPD from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and Dr. Barrett Ens, Department of Human-Centered Computing, Monash Data Future Institute, Australia. On this blessed occasion, let us express our heartfelt thanks and appreciation for all of our keynote speakers and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference will not be possible if there were no encouragement and support with its various forms from many parties. Therefore, let us acknowledge first the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology for the support that have been given to our university in Indonesia through its research funding, so that our researchers could conduct their research. Second, the Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha for his endless commitment and encouragement to the organizing committee so that we can make this event a reality. The local government of Bali and Buleleng Regency for their commitment to maintain sustainable cooperation with Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha in conducting joint research pertinent to local societal issues. And last but not least, the Research and Community Service Institute of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha and all the organizing committee members for the hard work and never-ending cooperation to make this event come true. Finally, in the name of the organizing committee, we thank you for participating in our 4th International Conference on Vocational and Technology. Have a nice and fruitful conference. God bless us. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya. Shalom. Salam harmoni.
Ladies and gentlemen, with full respect, to open the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology, IConVET 2021, we will play a video of the Vice Rector of Academic and Relationship Affairs, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Dr. Gede Rasbendantes ST.MTI, for give some speech and also officially open this conference.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Director of Postgraduate Program of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Head of Research and Community Service Institute, Head of Learning Development and Quality Assurance of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Deans of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Vice Dean, Head of Department and Coordinator of Study Program, Head of Student Association, President of the Student Executive Board, and each member in Faculty of Engineering and Vocation, lecturer and staff of Faculty of Engineering and Vocation, the respected keynote speaker, Professor Pascal Marquette of University de Strasbourg, Professor Dr. Muhammad Bruri Triyono, MPD of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dr. Barrett Ernst of Department of Human Centered Computing Monash Data Future Institute. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May God bless us all. Salam harmoni. Praise be Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, God Almighty. It is only with His blessing that we can all gather here to hold the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology. I'm delighted to send my best wishes to everyone taking part and launching this conference, especially for the Faculty of Engineering and Vocation of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Thank you for everything you are doing to provide an opportunity to expand the knowledge and upgrade performance that one has. Once again, congratulations. Honorable keynote speaker, respected researcher, and esteemed scholar. Welcome to the North Bali. Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and welcome to the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology. I would love it so much to welcome you all in North Bali to our pride, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. However, following the recent COVID-19 health protocol, this year, the International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology is conducted virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, the use of digital technology to give radical improvement to our life is very common. Digitalization brought to education signal the existence of innovation. Moreover, the pandemic has revealed that teaching hand in hand with technology should be embraced. Meanwhile, digitalization also affects technical and vocational education training in particular. Direct preparation for work is no longer enough as the main goal of TVET. Innovation in science and technological revolution expose us to add new domain of knowledge at all levels of education and training. Therefore, to bring us together to discuss issues and ideas related to that, today's conference is themed Digital Transformation on TVET in the New Normal Era. I expect that we can gain plentiful insight of preparing knowledge workers to meet the challenge posed by the information age and the changing world of work. Respectable researcher, thank you for joining our 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology. Let me wish you the most fruitful conference. May it bring benefit for us, science and technology, the global society, and humanity. On behalf of Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, I open the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology. Today, 27 of November 2021, officially. Thank you very much. Om Santi Santi Santi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, those are the agendas we have presented as we finish our opening ceremony. Next, we will have a photo session. For photo session, we ask to activate the camera feature in its Zoom application. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the photo session is about to start. Please turn on your camera. The first screenshot will be taken in 3, 2, 1. The second screenshot will be taken in 3, 2, 1. The third screenshot will be taken in 3, 2, 1. The fourth screenshot will be taken in 3, 2, 1. The photo session is ended. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the photo session is over. Without any further ado, now we will begin the plenary session. Plenary session will be held in 3 sessions. The first session will be guided by Mr. Imade Gede Sunaria, Eskom MCS, as the moderator. To Mr. Sunaya, time is yours.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for the time. And again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, welcome to the first plenary session of International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology 2021. Okay. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam kebajikan, salam harmoni. May God bless us. For the first time, let's me to introduce myself. My name is Made Sunaria, affiliated to Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Singaraja, Bali, Indonesia. Okay, I'm very honored to be able to guide this plenary session by presenting by one of great keynote speaker. For this first plenary session will be held in hours. The presentation will be present for approximately 40 minutes for the speaker, and at the end of the presentation, we are going to have Q&A session. It will be about 20 minutes. The question can be submitted by via Zoom chat, or you can do by Zoom raise hand. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker, Profesor Buri Triyono, affiliated to Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Good morning, Prof. Buri Triyono, maybe already in this room. Okay, now I will read for your curriculum vitae, short CV from Prof. Buri Triyono. Good morning, Prof. Buri.
Good morning, good morning. Sorry.
Okay, maybe still mute. Okay. Okay, good morning. Please, I will now read your curriculum vitae. Yeah, so, okay. Professor Dr. Buri Triyono is affiliated to Department of Vocational and Technology Education in Graduate School, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia. His research is focused on design instructional, emphasis on e-learning, online learning, and then augmented reality, virtual reality as instructional media. Learning and curriculum development with a particular of the vocational education sector at both national and also international levels. For academic activities, he is a guest lecturer or visiting professor in summer school education and technology program for PhD students in the field of educational vocational. It is in Germany, France, Kazakhstan, Norway, and Austria. He is also the speaker for digitization of TVET toward Industry Revolution 4.0, TVET Expo and Summit, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And for national job experience, he is a National Board for Education Standard, member of expert teams for development of essential competency standard for vocational education 2020 until now. And he is also MOEC Research and Technology Team Task for Improving Human Resource in Higher Education for International Internship Program in Industry, and also Human Resource in Higher Education for Certificate Competency Program 2020 until now. And also is the team leader of World-Class University of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta 2019 until now. And he is also head of Department of TVET 2018 and until now. Okay, for the international job experience, he is a vice president of Asia Academic Society Vocational Education and Training. He is also international dissertation supervisor of PhD in Al-Farabi National University, Nur Sultan, Kazakhstan, 2020 until now. And he is also board member of RICO TVET, lead for Indonesia, 2015 until now. For the book that has been written, that is Desain Pembelajaran Vokasi 2017, book chapter of Springer 2018, TVET teacher in Asian country. And now is still progress under review is book chapter Springer 2021. It's handbook of TVET in 11 Asian countries. Okay, I think that is short CV and more, but we can read it, Prof. Buri Triyono. Okay, for the next session, was the presentation for the paper, Prof. Buri Triyono, with the title, The Hybrid Learning on TVET Post-Pandemic Alternative. Okay, February, are you ready for this session?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, February Triano. Let's give the time is yours, Prof. Buri Triano. Thank you.
Thank you for your introduce myself. And for the first is thank you for Undiksa that again to invite me in this great event, I think annually. And I think this is time that I have to share my experience about how to build the instructional design in TVET, especially face to the digital era. Not only revolution industry 4.0, but including how to prepare the instructional to deliver the subject in case of triggering by pandemic, and then we must use online platform until now. So again, thank you for the official in Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and then I will try to share my presentations about hybrid learning on TVET post-pandemic alternative. Again, Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera selalu. Mudah-mudahan kita diberkahi Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Baik, okay, I will try to start. When we talk about the instructional in TVET, so we usually just a minute. Okay. Which one? Okay. We usually remember that the specific instructional in TVET, of course, will conduct in more than in workshop, comparing with the theoretical in a classroom. So that's the point, because when we think that something skill that we have to deliver to the student is not only knowledge, it's not only cognitive, but how to transfer our capacity as a lecturer, as a teacher in practical activities, and then how to show our capability to show in front of them actually how to touch the equipment, how to run the equipment, everything that we have done in front of them should be real, should be right in a step of operational of that equipment. It's not easy. It's different with the teacher or lecturer who teach in academic activities. It's like not academic, I'm sorry, in general area or in general field. Again, it is not easy to teach activities in technical skill in front of the student, because we have to have that capacity. So when we are in the pandemic like that, it is not easy to, because we have to protect face-to-face with the student, and then there are a lot of regulation how to use the step of activities face-to-face due to the guide of safe hour activities, and then so how to teach in a practical activity without we are in front of that equipment, or without we are in front of the student. So that's the triggering from the pandemic, and then we try to find way out how to teach in online. And then there are some lecturers like me too to prepare PowerPoint, and then to move from the real activity face-to-face in a class just to move to the monitor, and then we try to talk with monitor, and then there are some students follow in a Zoom platform or Google Meet platform, or maybe WhatsApp, and everything that we use to contact with the student. So until that, in my mind, I thought that it is not real to teach in TVET, and then it is not like a teacher who responsible to give the real skill of the student hope after they will graduate. So that's the real condition when the first we face of teaching and learning activities in a pandemic era. And then, but until now, there are a lot of experience from the lecture beyond the campus, beyond the national area, and then there are some best practice too from others lectures to try to find that's good of teaching and learning using online activities. And here is one of the why how to use hybrid learning, especially in TVET. Even though before that we use online like usual, and then we use only a PowerPoint, and then sometimes we give the student with the jobs to do something that close to the result of our lecture, something like that. But until we find the hybrid learning, and then we try to project-based learning, and then we feel that maybe until now this is the best thing that I have done. And then of course when we talk about the teaching and learning in vocational education, especially in a practical activity, so we have to know about the future skills. And then there are two triangles, shape of triangle, and then there are red line like this, and then we think that in up of this line is like the future skill, and then below that line it's like not a real condition now, but it's still we need that, but think that we have to follow the up of the line, red line, for example, like that. In a first triangle like this, and then there are creative work, and then below the red line, there are routine works done by people, and then another is routine works done by machines. And of course, in the up of line close to the first triangle, there are in more developed sector, because we know that until now there are some future works that might be not yet present. And then the others shape of triangles is like differs of that the position in the edge in the bottom, and then the base in the top of the triangles to both of triangle, and then there are non-cognitive skill. It means like the field of non-cognitive skill more important than before. And then, of course, this is the high order cognitive skill. There are creating innovation, evaluating critical thinking. This is like skill in the 21st. And then based on that condition, and then we will try to implement with the theme of activities, teaching factory industrial project. And we know that in industrial practice, there are pre-engineering, concept engineering, detail engineering, and implementation. And then for the example of production line development, there are simulation of material flow, and then process planning, line balancing, and specification tools and equipment. And then in the academic practice, it's like we are in here teaching and learning in a campus. There are theory classroom, and then there are one-off lab session, and then exams. If we choose the if we choose the term of teaching factory or industrial project to give experience learning for the students, so please, not all of activities of industrial practice should be followed by us. It's like, please, in this section, for example, industrial practice in digital engineering, and then in line balancing, and then in the part of academic practice, there are one-off lab session. It's like the student will take like an internship program beyond the campus, and then they should be in a industry or should be in a enterprise, something like that, and then they will do not only as a part of worker, but they are still a student. They have to know about activities in process, especially in teaching factory area. Teaching factory area is only in this. But how to do that in this era? So please, we look at the consideration of learning condition. We have to improve human resources development in digital learning to face the activities now in a pandemic era or alternative post-pandemic, and then facilitate future skill acquisition. We think that not only like before, we teach or we deliver the subject in practical activities, because think that we have to find the activities that close to the future skill. It's not like a real future skill, but how to close to the future skill. Of course, in this point, we have to use the digital activities, and then raise awareness within the workforce to take responsibility for their learning. It's like not only a student in a campus, but how to close to the workers, how to close to the industry, how to make a real collaboration with the industry, to give vice versa about the cognitive or practical experience to the student and to the worker in industry or in enterprise, and then contribute to the design and delivery of high quality ITVET. ITVET is like initial technical and vocational education and training. It is like before they are as a worker, before they are graduate, and then of course there are others field we contribute to the design and deliver of high quality in CTVET. CTVET means continuing technical and vocational education and training course. It's like a pre and in-service and pre-service training. Of course, in this consideration, there are, in addition to formal training programs, non-formal learning approach in the workplace can be applied, such as involving group and peer learning, including expert partner from industry of student project activities. It is like not only we give them a job sheet, procedures in a workshop or in the practical activities in campus and then apply to the industry, but please fill the student in industry to try to find like the procedure, like the might be the problem real in industry, and then try to solve and helping the mentor to find something that good activities to solve the problem in line production, something like that. It's like feel free for the student to feel that they are real active in to implement their experience from the campus, and then try to match with the real condition in real work or in industry. It's like they will try by themselves to find something new in a experience learning with teaching and learning. It's not only guided by the lecturer or teachers. Okay, and then when we use the digital learning, there are some indicators. There are professional learning, content and instruction, technology infrastructure and device, data and assessment, and leadership. And then, of course, when we think about the digital learning, there are digital transformation leads to massive change in the skill set needed for the work and life. It is like when we use the digital activities, or especially in digital learning, so we can lead to massive change. It is not only in my class. When we choose the digital learning, for example, I use the augmented reality in teaching and learning with online platform. So in that activities, of course, not only activities in campus, in front of the class between me and the student, but of course, when we use the digital learning, we will involve the activities beyond the campus, because we will try to find the data. For example, how many balls in size of M40. So try to give the task to the student. Please, in this city, how many balls that sell by the shop of material and mechanic. In that task, of course, they the student wants to know about that, and then they will browsing in internet maybe, and then maybe they will come to the shop, and then to try to find how to get the bolt in a size of M40, how many bolt that the shop sold in 1 month, something like that. That's the activities of digital learning too. And then of course, successful use of digital technology is also a key factor in meeting the sustainable the SDGs. Of course, like that, because when we use the digital learning or digital technology, so we can reduce the energy, we can reduce the activity that use equipment, we can reduce the carbon, we can everything that we can connect with the 17 indicator of SDGs. Of course, there are connection. And then teaching and learning need to address the change and challenge abroad about the introduction of information and communication technology. It's like ICT in almost all areas, not only in teaching and learning, but of course, including the activities between the student in society, surrounding the campus, something like that. And then TVET institution have to make best use of new technologies to provide adequate education. This is the main goals for the institution. When we use the digital learning, so the campus should be prepared. The activity that close and that that close and that that can use by that equipment to support the activity in activities in digital learning. And which one? Okay. And diversification of digital learning TVET. It's like the concept of digital learning covers 4 areas in the current TVET learning concept. This is come from ILO, Regional Skills Employability Specialist in 2021. The fourth is like new approach to pedagogy and andragogy at TVET. And then sustainable development is like before we have to involve with the SDGs and partnership in building competence in TVET education. It's like not only we are as an institution of TVET education, and then we declare about the certificate of competence. It's like it is not like that. We have to have a partnership to assess the competencies of the student. And then interdisciplinary learning and entrepreneurship for TVET institution. Of course, it's like that because this is the including in a skill 21st era. And then, yes, in the box of right side, there are diversification of learning opportunities. Skill upgrading. Skill upgrading is like online using a variety of technology, including simulation, augmented reality, virtual reality, AI, offline, blended, and enhanced access and certification. It means like student and lecturer, especially lecturer or teacher, should be know how to use online and how to prepare the material of online platform, and then how to use the online platform like Zoom, Google Meet, Kahoot, and etc. And then how to prepare the material that material will use in interaction between student and lecturer. It's like they have to know about how to prepare the material in augmented reality, virtual reality, how to operate that, how to give the material in a case of hybrid learning, and everything that we close to the digital activities. So please give the time to improve the lecture to know a lot about the digital activities. Okay, and then what's the digital TVET framework? When we try to input the activities in digital learning, so the basic concept of TVET digital learning refers to the development of the digital TVET framework. It's come to lab text. There are infrastructure, infostructure, and info culture. Okay, we still have time. And then there are some of indicator in there. There are software, platform, content, assessment. It's like what kind of software that we will use, and what kind of platform that we will use, and then who prepare the content, who to prepare the material of learning, now how to assess the activities. That's the point. The important thing in here is assessment, because until now I'm not sure how to assess, real assess between the if we compare between the student who take the online platform in practical activities, whether we use augmented reality or virtual reality, and then we compare with the student who face-to-face or in campus activities, and then how to access. This is the that two group is same of experience learning. It is very challenging if you have time to take that research about that. And then when we try to use the hybrid learning or online learning, or everything that we use in a field of digital learning. So there are new architecture in TVET instructional come from LabTech or GIA. New architecture, there are virtual reality, augmented reality, pre-lab learning 3D or 2D, and then practical hands-on lab for skill training. It is not all of in online. We still need practical hands-on lab for skill training, but how to manage that? So we can try to give you some example. And then the others is about integrated approach and continuous support, enhanced learning potential. There are curriculum inclusion of digital learning, implementing pedagogy 3.0. 3.0 of pedagogy is like full technology using by activities in pedagogy. And then virtual delivery system and contents, who prepare it? And then school design learning space, who prepare it? And then how to manage that school, how to prepare the room, and how to prepare the equipment that close to the hybrid activities, and then requires less physical training equipment. It is like, for example, me as come from the mechanical engineering, so we try to decrease about the activities in real milling operation or in a turning operation, because we can use application in a handphone or in a smartphone or in internet, how to operate the milling machine or turning machine. And then of course we still remember that the activities should be should be in a practical hands-on lab for skill training. It means like we can divide where is or where the time that the student will receive about the online platform, and then when the time the student will receive hands-on in a campus or sit on. And this is the hybrid learning in TVET. The picture come from LabTech, and then pandemic is as a trigger that emphasizes on the importance of digital learning formats. That's real activities, that's real condition, and we have done about that. And then how to prepare the teaching and learning in an online platform, and then how to feel that some difficulty to realize our subject to the student, and then keeping the distance and reduce direct contact with student. Of course, this is the regulation of the to save interaction in a pandemic era. And then in the red words, there are important on-site and online. We can try to define. We can try to find that 25% is on-site, and then the others 25% we use online platform. And then of course, not all 25% in one time. We can divide into 3 parts in online, because we know that if we talk in a online platform, it's more than 1 hour. Usually we feel that it's not comfortable. So, and then theoretical learning is delivered online. And then, for example, using the Zoom platform, Google Meet, and etc., or maybe in Teams and others. And then workplace learning or on-site learning or workshop learning or practical learning is conducting in campus. Of course, involving lecture from industry or workplace. It's important because only 25% on-site. So we can, how to make that time very effective. So that's, we try to involve the lecture come from industry, and then we design the collaboration, teaching and learning, especially and practical activities with the industry. It's important because we will teach about the skills, not cognitive, not only cognitive. And then we try to, of course, when we prepare this teacher or lectures in digital activities in TVET, so we have to know about how to make special course for them. We call this training. And then create digital contents. It's important because the digital contents should be involved in teaching and learning when we try to make a special course for the lecture, because they have to prepare the material of learning. We can use block course on module. Module is like self-learning. And then of course on site and online. And then we mix together in one class. And of course after that we have activities of monitoring and evaluation. And now we try to use hybrid learning, especially to use the product of augmented reality in my university, especially for the civil engineering. And then we try to prepare the augmented reality, especially in the wooden roof construction. And then the student will use the smartphone, and then they this is the present of menu, and then they can choose everything in here about the joining between between in a wooden construction in a civil engineering. And then we can try to see what is the construction below the roof. Yeah. And then we can try to see rolling the roof, and then to see from the top, to see from the side of right side, and then we can rolling the position, something like that. It is like that. And then of course there are product of augmented reality roof construction in more in details. And then when we use this, and when we compare with the face-to-face activities or on-site learning, so when we use the product of augmented reality in wooden roof construction, so it makes it easier to see the construction directly without approaching the building and opening the roof. Usually we open the roof, and then we can see the real construction. And then the student should be close to that construction. It's dangerous sometimes. So when we use the augmented reality roof construction, we can see like that a real ship, and then we can choose which one is want to see that. For example, in a front of the building, or maybe in a back of the building, something like that. And then we can open the roof, and then we can see the construction, and then we can removing and installing wooden construction parts like that. And then we can choose which one the wooden construction will match with, not match with, the join to the others construction. And then we can try to tag that with the bolt, especially bolt in a wooden, something like that. And then we can see the real shape of the construction, and then determine the design of the connection of wood construction is safer and more precise, because we can choose which one the couple of join with match together. We can say like that. And then we can try to choose which one the student will choose that. And then of course when we use that, and then the student will use by a smartphone, and then average perception of student to use the augmented reality is about very high, about 93%. And then when we try to more deep about the indicator of usage score, then when we use the augmented reality, there are usefulness, and then there are easy to use, and then easy of use, and then there are easy of learning, certification, easy of cognitive skill. It is more four score in a scale top of 5 score. Okay, and then there are some product of application in my university. Even though it's still experiment, but there are some product have used by the lecture. For example, augmented reality wooden roof construction, and then bridge construction. It is augmented reality. And there are augmented reality too, how to hire coloring, and then they can try to find the shape of fish, and then they can try to match with the style of hire, something like that. We choose the menu, and then try to how to bleach or coloring of the hair. And then there are two product in virtual reality. For the first is to compare the taste of food, and the student will make the student will make cover by the marks, and then in the marks there are they can choose the condition of the traditional restaurant, fine dining restaurant, maybe fast food restaurant, something like that. And then in the real time, they can try to eat maybe gudeg, and then they can feel that gudeg is fine if we eat it in a traditional restaurant. If we compare with eat the gudeg in the fine dining restaurant, it's like that. This is to feel that gudeg is fine, but it's good if we eat it in a traditional restaurant. It's like try to buy some food and then compare, for example, noodles, and then try to eat in place and that in that restaurant, and then buy and eat in a house, in a home. You can think that it's very different taste, because it's come from the effect of a place when you eat that food. And then the other spiritual reality is about maintenance of tools and equipment. It means like table, drilling table, and then we can try to which brands we use it to open the cup, something like that. And then we try to turn the top of a key of the drilling, and then we try to lose the drill, something like that, and then buy the marks, and then they use the hand to operate the thing that picture in the mask. And this is the virtual reality that we have to try it and then to develop in the next time to use it in a mass classes. Okay, and then the conclusion of our presentation is about hybrid learning is carried out with the possibility of access to learning, especially for vocational skill improvement, skill enhancement, especially how to make a skill in online using a variety of technology, including simulation, virtual reality, augmented reality, and then offline makes collaborating with the developers and upgrading for certification. It's important. If we have a difficult how to develop the material of learning with AR or VR, please connect with the developers, and then we try to develop that material for 1 or 2 semesters. And of course, after that, prepare the certification that give to the lecturer who involved in that project. And then provide access to quality training, especially in digital platform. We can use webinar on others online course. And then multiple access and acceleration for virtual and offline learning. Virtual and offline learning. It's not only virtual, because we can because we try to use the platform of hybrid learning, including providing mobile learning application. It's not only in laptop. Please try to mobile learning application, and then using unlimited data. It's important. And then a required device, as well as involving communities in accordance with their fields. It's like when we prepare the subject, especially in practical activities in IT, maybe in electronic department. Please involve the person who active or as a worker in that field, and then have a regional or national or maybe in campus Center of Excellence for Digital Learning. So that's the way. Now, in my department, vocational and technology education in PhD program, now we open the new lab about digital learning, and then we try to make a collaboration with the Median Centrum in Germany, and then others in Singapore too. How to prepare, how to develop the activities in digital learning. And then because digital learning is not only for the teaching and learning in campus, in education department, because digital learning can use in in a military course, in a capacity building in a bank, in others institution. I think that's important. And then of course the end is flexible and diverse way of learning, including for current workers, as well as the implementation of IRBL, including inclusive education and training. It's important for us as a lecturer, as an institution of education, to care about the inclusive education in TVET, in training too. I think that's the end of my presentation. And then thank you for your attention. And then this is time, and back to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Budi Triyono, and let's we give big applause for the great presentation from Prof. Budi Triyono. Thank you, Prof. Budi. Okay, the next session is the Q&A session. So maybe I will check the chat. Maybe the operator can enable the chat. Okay, raise hand. There is two. For the first is Lena Manggalasari. Hello. I think, or maybe we go to the Desi Wahyuni. Okay, maybe for this first session we three questions, yeah, and then we go to the next session. Okay, Miss Desi Wahyuni, please your question.
Sorry for my. I'm sorry, moderator. I just have problem because the admin not allow me to unmute. I'm sorry. Maybe Mrs. Wahyuni will be the first.
Okay. If you have can speak now, so maybe the first question from you, Ms. Lena Manggalasari. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator. And thank you very much, Professor Brewery, for the presentation. It was opened my mind how the digital TVET in the future. I saw your slide, in the previous slide, digital TVET framework. Maybe before this. In the digital TVET framework, we have to prepare the capacity building platform, software, connection, curriculum, and so on. My question is, to what extent Indonesia preparing themselves to face or to move to the digital TVET? Because as you mentioned in the previous page, we need to develop the capacity building, for example, platform, software, and so on. Considering that in this pandemic, we are still struggling with the online learning because not all region or student have a privilege to the internet and gadget nor the technology. I think we should think about it. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you, Miss Lena. Maybe we go to the next question. Miss Desi Wahyuni, please.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Can you hear my voice, Mr. Sunaria?
Echo. There are echo, Miss Desi.
That the sound
Maybe,
is.
yeah.
Should I use a microphone or mute? Just like this?
Maybe you use two device.
Can you hear my voice now?
Okay,
Mr.
now
Sunaria?
clear.
Is it okay,
Thank
Professor
you.
Buri? Is it okay, my voice for you?
Fine,
Okay, thank you.
clear.
Okay, Professor Bruri, your presentation, a very contextual and very empirical presentation adapted to the conditions we are currently facing together, Professor Bruri. This presentation provides a lot of understanding of the concept of digital learning implementation specifically in pandemic situation. There is one question, Professor Bruri, and the other ones to share with your experience. The first, how you can interpret, Professor Bruri, the difference between hybrid learning and blended learning, especially in vocational education. Whether this only lies in the tools used in the models or methods and approaches used in hybrid and blended learning. For example, as we know, we use a hybrid car, for example, Professor Bruri. Then one of the technology model that we will use, gasoline engine technology or battery engine that we will use. We can't use two engine model at once. Does this hybrid learning use one of the innovative learning models in one meeting or session? Or does it use a mix of several models in one session? This is still ambiguous for me, Professor Bruri. Please give a clarify for the differences between hybrid learning and blended learning. And I have another share your opinion. I try to catch the meaning of info culture besides infrastructure and info structures. How to ensure, or we can say to control our students' learning progress, especially in learning progress, especially from the effective aspect, Professor Bruri, where one of them in info culture, your picture in your slide presentation, activeness and collaboration of students. The third, when we see that currently the characteristic of learning that are now happening are closer to the concept of andragogy. You said before about andragogy and pedagogy, but in the implementation of teaching, we are now faced just still at the level of concept of pedagogy. How do we provide a mediating space for the gap between teaching concepts, still pedagogic concept, but the challenging is the andragogic concept that have been implemented now, especially in pandemic situation. Thank you very much, Professor Bruri. I need your experience sharing and your knowledge for give my ambigu about especially hybrid and blended learning. Thank you. Mr. Sunaria, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Desi. Maybe we can go to Prof. Buri for the two questions. How about that, Prof. Buri?
Okay, thank you. That's both of them is a good question. I think that's triggering the continuing discussion after that. For the first is about come from Miss Lena. Miss Lena. It's about how to prepare it in the. We know that the condition in Indonesia is still like that, and then especially when we use the hybrid learning or digital learning, we have to prepare about the access, something like that, and then the equipment, and then others that are close to the activities in digital learning. So, Ms. Lena, even though the condition is like that, because we know that Indonesia is archipelago, islands, and then a lot of islands. Sorry, a lot of islands that are not same. The condition, especially access to internet, but the situation should be in condition of go on. So there are some advice from our college to face that condition. It's like in a limited activities, limited equipment. Even though we lecture about vocational education, so please, in that limited condition, give them like a module of activities in part of competencies, and then after that give them a certificate of each activities, even though it is not full in the good competencies, but please bring them to the condition in a minimum of equipment, minimum of access, and then but they still can feel that the activities in a digital learning. It is not like sorry, do not compare with others area that full cover or full support by the equipment or by the condition in access of internet. It's not like that, because we cannot stop the activities and then waiting the equipment, waiting the access, something like that. Everything we can do, it's close to the digital learning activities. We can try to make small activities, and then if we have another equipment, or if we have another chance to add about the access of internet, and then we can up the another step to close to the real digital learning activities. That's the point. It's not real. What's the meaning? It is not like full answer about yes. If we want to make full answers or good answers, so please support the equipment. It's enough, but it's not like that. This is education, and then it's the education is close to the activities of time, and then so the education still should be in a position of running. So please try. Please think that we can use the innovation and creativity of the lecture of the teacher to conduct the activities, especially in digital learning. That's the point, because when we discuss with others in ASEAN countries, we find the condition like that, and then we have to solve that problem, and then we try to use the small activities, or not what we usually call, it's like modular teaching and learning. It is not like full curriculum, but in each subject we have a modular activities. Maybe in a normal condition it is not like modular activities, because in a normal condition, the end of this in that activities, the student will get a certificate. But in a modular activities, so in like step by step step-by-step activities to do the full of competencies. That's the point. And then about the question from Desi, hybrid and blended learning. Of course, in vocational education, it's not same with if we compare between hybrid and blended learning, because in blended learning and hybrid learning in vocational education, in my opinion, it's different. In hybrid learnings, like you give me example about the mobile hybrid car. Sometimes we use gasoline, and sometimes we use a battery. It's like that. So in this statement, I try to give you this in the red color. On-site and online. This is hybrid in vocational education. It is not like blended in one time, and then we use online, and then there are some students in on-site, and then there are some students in online, in everywhere. It is not like that, because in vocational education, not all activities on online. We have to try to make maybe 25% online. In my mind, it's not like 25%. I have in my mind, this is my idea. It's not like 25. It's about 15 until 20% should be in on-site. They have to have online. They have to have hands-on experience learning. That's the point. But in 25 until 80, it's like preparing them to more active in to fulfill the knowledge of technology, to face the activities in on-site in campus. It is like that. And then, I have experience, not experience. I have references about how many percent if we compare between the person who have experience learning with online, and then comparing with the activity that support by the online, and then comparing the student activity with on-site, full on-site. And then there are some comparison, and then and better if we have better if we use the hybrid learning. So this is a challenging. If you have a time to take that one research about that, it's good. And then I will give you references about come from the lab text to try to compare between hybrid learning and the sit-on activities. On-site activities or face-to-face activities. And then, so there are an ambiguity between hybrid and blended learning in vocational education activities, teaching and learning in vocational education, because it's strike. We see about the comparing of time when we use the hybrid learning. When we use the online learning and when we use the on-site learning. Okay, and then the others is about info culture and infrastructure. For the info culture and infrastructure, yes, you are right. It is not easy to see the result of activities the student. Is it info culture or infrastructure, for example, like that? But if we see the indicator of the info culture is about the curriculum, policy, capacity building, change management. It's like activities that close to build the character of the human in a teaching and learning, especially in vocational education, because when we use the curriculum, so the curriculum should be close to the goals of to build the character of the student who will be as a worker in industry or in enterprise. So the curriculum should be supported by the good policy from the government, from the institution of the TVET, and others institutions that support the activities and TVET and learning, especially in TVET. And then for the capacity building, this is the point, because in the capacity building is one of the things that info culture will close to the activity of capacity building. When we choose the capacity building that embedded with the subject in a TVET teaching and learning. So please, little bit, what's the meaning? Little bit combine, because the goal is character as a worker in industry or in enterprise. It just general character. So when we use the term of capacity building, bring them to the real character as a worker, or as a person who work in a vocational field that they chose. And the change management, of course, when we change the activities, for example, when we change the activities to use the model of project-based learning, it's close to the digital learning, I think. And then the management should be support the activity of project-based learning. This project-based learning or digital learning might be 2 points that will affect direct to the management, because if management not support them, so the lecturer or the person who involved in that activity, I think it's not good, because not support by the management not change, management not follow the activities of digital learning in their institution. Is like that. So if you want to know a lot about the info culture, and then if you want to try to not match, to involve the info culture to the subject of TVET, I think that's one of the step important for the next teaching and learning in TVET, because we know that when we have like this a shape of circle like this, and then when we try to open about the concept of competencies, so we can divide into 50% and 50% of shape of a circle, and then 50% of in the right side is about culture, including attitude, including character, something like that. Usually we usually call it soft skill or employability skill. And then 15% others, divide 2 sections, 20% as a cognitive and 20% as a skill. So that's good idea if you want to know a lot about how to combine the info culture in digital learning activities. And then the other question is very basic about the pedagogy and andragogy. When we use TVET activities in teaching and learning, and then especially in the practical activities. And then you know that there are some activities that need individual activities, not in a like in front of the class, and then we stand in front of the class, and then there are some student, and then we give a lecture, something like that. But in practical activities, they need decision by themselves to solve the problem, especially when we give them the job activities in practical workshop, something like that. That's more close to the andragogy. So when we use the activities of pedagogy and andragogy, we combine them because sometimes they are still in pedagogy, how to teach, how to give them education, something like that. But sometimes they need andragogy to bring them how to think about something, to solve the something that used by the capacity of themselves to solve that problem. It is not easy to give experience to them to solve the problem by themselves without guiding from the lecture from the mentor in industrial activity. Maybe that's the point why we use the word pedagogy and andragogy in this term. And then once I think that's all. And then if you have another question or another concept, please discussion with us in this forum if we still have a time. Back to the moderator. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Please
Hello.
unmute moderator.
Hello. Lena, Ibu Lena or Desi, if you have what's the meaning like this concept, another concept to discuss about it. I think that's good. That's good. Okay. What's the meaning? That's good idea to open the digital learning, especially in TVET, because it is not new, but we need it after triggering by pandemic. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Budi. I think it is still one question. Is there any question for the participant? Okay. Maybe from me, Pak Budi, I have heard about teaching factory.
Okay.
I think it is a great situation for this pandemic situation, so the student can feel the atmosphere from industry, things like that. But for your opinion, is it can implement it in Indonesia? Seems like that probably. I think because some.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I know. Yes. For this forum, and then for this discussion, especially it's come from my mind. I think the term is more precise if we use our term about the industrial project, not teaching factory, because when we use term of teaching factory, it's like we will have a manufacture building in a campus, or we will have like what's the meaning, enterprise in manufacturing in a campus. Imagine when we read about the teaching factory, it is like that. So in my mind, I think we like use the industrial project for the student. It is like a student will involve the activities in industry or the activities in manufacture, big manufacturer or small manufacturer, and then they try to have a small project to solve the problem in the line of production. I think that's more close to the activities of real teaching factory. It is not like when we use terminology of teaching factory in a culinary. So we the campus or your department will have a big restaurant, something like that, and then there are some student as a worker in that restaurant. In my mind, it is not like that, because when we use the teaching and learning in teaching factory, and then we like the terminology of industrial project, it is like LWA, learning work analysis. Learning work analysis, it's like when we have a line production, and then we will try to choose small activities in that line production. It is not all of line production. When they, as a participant in internship program, or when they try to take small time activity practice in industry. And then, of course, the curriculum and then the management will support to the activities of students who want to follow the LWA or industrial project experience. That's the point. So when we choose the teaching factory, in this case is industrial project, the student with the mentor in industry will find out about the small activities and in line production. For example, in culinary, maybe, and then when they as a cooker or when they want to cooking something, and then there are time usually in general use 10 minutes to cook it, and then the student with their experience come from campus, come from teaching and learning in campus, and then they have experience. They try to make a short time, not in 10 minutes, maybe in 5 minutes, but the result is more precise. But the result is more good when we compare with the 10-minute cooking. That's the point, because in that activities, the student will get like a new experience how to cook it in 5 minutes, and the result is good. And then they will feel so proud of their activities in industry, direct to in industry. And then of course the industry will get benefit when the student come together as a partner, as a quote-to-quote half worker during the student take the partnership or activities in industry.
Okay.
That's the point. It is not like we will build the restaurant in the campus. It is not like that, because when we use the restaurant in campus, and then there are some students together some student as a worker in there. It is like only give them as a worker, not as a innovator, or and there are maybe a small creativity when they as a worker in a restaurant. But if they as I said before, I mentioned before about activities in a small activities with a mentor in industry, and then of course the lecture come together with a mentor to solve the problem, and then the student as a mind activities to solve that problem. That's good experience. I think that's my answer about from myself, yeah, about how to conduct the teaching factory industry or industrial project, especially in pandemic era. Because in pandemic era, only small time, if we compare the full time that the student got experience, got lecture from the campus.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Prof. Buri Triyono. Because of the time, I think there are some questions, but maybe it can discuss later. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Buri Triyono. Okay. For the next session is the certificate handover for the keynote speaker, Prof. Buri Triyono. Please for the operator to show the certificate.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, give
thank
applause,
you very
give applause,
much.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Buri, for the discussion. Okay. Now we are already in the end of the first plenary session. For the great keynote speaker, Prof. Buri Triyono, and for all the IConVET participants. So I close this first plenary session with Om Santi Santi Santi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita. Salam kebajikan, salam harmoni. Thank you.
Ya, terima kasih. Mohon maaf.
Terima kasih, Prof. Buri. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program continues with the second plenary session. The second plenary session will be guided by Ms. Niputu Novita Puspadewi, Eskom MCS, as moderator. To Ms. Novita, time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Dwi Prima. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Shalom. Salam kebajikan. Salam harmoni. May God bless us. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Warmest greeting from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Singaraja, Bali. I'm so honored to welcome you again to the fourth conference on vocational education and technology, IConVET 2021, hosted from Singaraja, Bali. We are so excited to have you join us online. You are in the session of presentation from the second keynote speaker, scheduled for 11:30 a.m. until 12:30 a.m. local time. My name is Novita, and I will moderating this session for 60 minutes ahead. Before we begin, I have a few housekeeping notes. The first, the keynote speaker of this session will have a total of approximately 40 minutes for his presentation. After the presentation, there will be approximately 50 minutes of discussion. If you have any questions for the keynote speaker, please raise your virtual hand and turn on your microphone when I call on you to ask a question. You can also use the chat feature to ask your question, and please write down your name. General comments and reflection on the presentation can be typed in the chat box, and I need your cooperation to maintain presentation going smoothly and out of disturbance. So please kindly mute or deactivate your microphone during the presentation. Without any further ado, let's get started. It is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker as the presenter for this session. He is already in this room. Please welcome Dr. Barrett Ens from Department of Human-Centered Computing, Monash Data Futures Institute, Australia. How do you do, Dr. Barrett Ens?
Oh, hi there. Thank you very much for inviting me today.
Thank you for coming to our virtual conference. We are so honored and delighted to have you here, and we are ready to have a talk with you. Before Dr. Barrett Ens begins his presentation, I would like to say a few things to get you to know him. Dr. Barrett Ens is a lecturer in the Faculty of Information Technology, Monash University. During his PhD work at the University of Manitoba, he completed 2 research internships with the User Interface Research Group at Autodesk Research. He later worked as an NSERC postdoctoral research fellow at UNISA's Empathic Computing Lab. Dr. Barrett Ens is currently a member of the Data Visualization and Immersive Analytics Research Group at Monash University. His research interests include novel input methods for augmented reality, immersive analytics, and situated data visualization. Recently, Dr. Barrett Ens has 1 active research and 2 finished research. His current research focuses on interacting with data in immersive environments with an aim of improving the productivity of interaction to enable more complex and useful systems. And there is one more thing about his profile I want you all to know. Besides his career in human-computer interaction related, he has another specialty in music. He studied music theory, got diploma, and also bachelor in music theory. Okay, Dr. Barrett Ens will give us a talk about his research using space around us for immersive analytics. He will present his work on spatial interface design, and recent application in immersive analytics utilize AR and VR technologies to support human problem solving and data understanding. He will tell us what his team and him have studied about the benefits of using space around us and some of the challenges that lie ahead. Dr. Barrett Ens, you have 40 minutes to present. And are you ready to start your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, you can start your presentation now, and the screen is all yours.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So let me just, oops. Everyone can see that all right? Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Good. Okay. Thanks very much for the introduction. Again, the talk is about using space around us for immersive analytics, and I'll explain a bit more about what that means in a moment. First, I just want to mention, kind of go back to the history of what you might call the evolution of computers. So it seems every 1 to 2 decades, there's kind of a major shift in the form of computers. So they started off as these very large room-sized machines where you have very expensive computers and you have kind of a many people to one computer relationship because the computer time was very, very scarce. And then in the desktop era, of course, we had Windows and GUIs and Macs, and we have more of a one-to-one relationship. And more recently, this evolved into a one-to-many relationship where most of us probably have, a laptop in addition to other devices like an e-reader, a phone, etc. And we're kind of now moving into this next phase where we have a many-to-many relationship. So there's many computers with that have multiple users, and these computers are kind of becoming distributed around our environment, and they're kind of becoming everywhere. And what's interesting is the shape, the form of the computer has kind of shifted over this time. So whereas initially it was really just about housing the computational components of the computer, now computers are designed more around the user interface. So the fundamental form of the user of the device is around the interaction with the user. And in some cases, the computing isn't even maybe happening somewhere else completely. So I think what is really next in this, so the question is what comes after this and where will this lead? And I think this leads to what I could call stepping through the glass. So these computers have come to be defined by these kind of glass rectangles, laptop screens and phone displays, and they kind of define the device and our interaction with them. And with new immersive technologies like virtual reality and augmented reality, we have kind of a chance to step through the glass. So this is actually a reference to a paper from 1997 by a couple of researchers named Mel Slater and Sylvia Wilbur, and they wrote this work about immersive immersion and presence in virtual environments. And they were actually talking about the glass that surrounds a server room and being able to kind of go inside the computer. But I think it's a really interesting metaphor. And this is also probably something that a lot of people are more familiar with is Alice, the book by Lewis Carroll, Through the Looking Glass, where Alice actually literally traveled through the glass into another world. And I think in future, this is going to apply to how we think about computers as well. So if you're familiar with the character Sherlock Holmes, you may have seen or read about him using this mind palace. So a mind palace is a spatial visualization technique that actually dates back to ancient Greece. And it's well known in memory championships, and people can recall and memorize thousands of items. And it works by making specific associations between memories and familiar real world places. For instance, your favorite armchair in a room or and so forth. And this takes advantage of our natural kind of spatial abilities. And this is actually already how we design computers. So since the desktop era, computers became these kind of spatial interfaces where things are laid out, kind of trying to, in this desktop metaphor, and applications and operating systems actually rely or leverage our ability for spatial memory to help us find things quickly and to make the computer more usable. So why else do we use spatial interfaces? So I already talked about spatial memory and how this is kind of already applied. But if you go beyond the desktop, then you can use things like proprioception and kinesthesia. So proprioception is your natural ability to your awareness of your body, and say your arms and your legs and the rest of your body, and you're kind of aware of where those are, even when you're not looking at your hand, for instance. You can reach and grab something where you know where it is. And kinesthesia, similar, is about the muscle memory of the motion of our bodies. And this supports what some researchers call natural interaction. So natural interaction means interacting with computer objects the way we interact with real world objects. So for instance, being able to pick something up and grasp it, like I am this glass, and perhaps being able to do this with embodied data objects or virtual information objects. And immersive interfaces also allow what Doug Bowman has called hypernatural interaction. So this means actually enabling things that go beyond reality. So how can we use computers to actually improve our natural cognitive abilities and go beyond what we're capable of with current interfaces? So my work is about how can we apply this to assist things like human sense making and understanding data and understanding problems. So this is related to a field called visual analytics. So visual analytics is often, people think of these big systems where you have very large displays and multi-computers, and you have experts working on problems like a disease outbreak, for instance, and trying to trace this. So this is a field that's been around for probably a little over a decade at least anyways. And more recently, people have been interested in immersive analytics. So being able to apply these immersive technologies to problem solving in a similar way. So really there's still early stages of this and trying to understand what are the benefits of these 3D technologies. Because obviously you don't use immersive interfaces for everything, but there's particular things that they're good at, some of which I had mentioned earlier. So I'm going to start by talking about some of my early PhD work that I called spatial analytic interfaces. So this is about putting information in the right place and the right time where people will find it more useful using these kind of spatial layouts. So this work was heavily influenced by Mark Billinghurst, who's one of the pioneers of augmented reality research. And he had this concept of having these multiple displays that you could quickly and easily switch between. And this led to a project I called the personal cockpit. So the personal cockpit is essentially an array, taking this idea a little bit further. So you have an array of these multiple information displays. Here they're just blank, but you could imagine these are all full of information, and they kind of are in this space surrounding you. Of course, with an augmented reality display, which this is imagined for, you only have about a 40-degree window that you can look through. So this was before the HoloLens and some of these devices we have now. We use this high precision, low latency cave display with a tracking system to kind of simulate this. So we did a quick study. I won't go into too many details, but we found that participants were able to switch between these interfaces. We give them a problem-solving task. They could switch 40% faster just using head motion than using some other methods that are more similar to how we would switch applications on a mobile device. So this kind of shows a natural or a very strong benefit of just being able to quickly switch your attention and focus by moving your head. It's a very nice and simple and easy way to use things. So I also looked at this concept of what you might call spatial reference frames. This was influenced by Stephen Feiner, who's another well-known AR researcher. And there's these ideas of a body fixed or a world fixed reference frame. So the body fixed information might follow you around, but the world fixed information is kind of fixed in the world. So for instance, if you're going out for lunch, you can take your information and drop it off on the wall while you go out. And then when you come back from lunch, you can pick it up again and go on with your work. So looking at this a little bit further, I was interested in how can how would this actually work if you were going into different rooms of different shapes and sizes. So looking at the geometry of the room and how you can distribute information, but remember being able to use your spatial memory to find things quickly. So you kind of want a consistent layout between rooms. So it should follow the geometry of the room, but the layout should be similar. So for instance, if you have an office environment or this living room environment, you kind of want things to be in the same order, but also avoiding important objects like this computer screen. So we use something called Connect Fusion, which is it's related to the kind of the Xbox Connect sensor. So this was in the early iteration of that, and we took a scan of these environments and applied something that's called visual saliency. So this algorithm essentially tries to predict what humans find visually salient. So certain objects will kind of pop out or be visually interesting just based on the texture and color and so forth. And then we overlaid the saliency map on the 3D texture. And this allowed us to create kind of an optimization method where we could distribute these objects kind of automatically. So it comes up with an automatic layout and tries to, there's constraints on the the order and alignment and things like that between these. And this is what it looked like on the, this is a Epson Nuvario device that we're using at the time, again, before the HoloLens, which we have now. So I'm going to talk about some of my more recent research. So that work I did during my PhD at the University of Manitoba, which was mentioned in the introduction. And I'm now at Monash at the Data Visualization and Immersive Analytics Lab, where I have the opportunity of working with some data visualization experts and looking at this a little bit more in more depth. So this is the work of one of our students named Joe Jiazulu. He is looking at this idea of what's called small multiples. So small multiples is where you have multiple visualizations that have the same data, they have the same kind of visualization type, but you change one variable. So in this instance, these are buildings showing the energy usage data of the cooling system, but each one shows a different time. So you can kind of scan across quickly and easily and look for patterns in the data. So we created this layout looking at things like curvature and dimension and so forth, and kind of did an exploration of the space using 3 different data sets. So we use 3D data sets because it makes sense if you're in virtual reality, there's an opportunity to use 3D data rather than kind of typical 2D visualizations. And we created this shelf metaphor. So you can kind of imagine these things are on this virtual shelf, and you can kind of manipulate the shelf to do things like changing the curvature of the shelf. So you can kind of have them wrapped around you, or you can have them flat, or you can change the aspect ratio of the shelf and kind of move the data objects around. And again, this is using kind of physical interactions, kind of in a metaphor of grasping the shelf and like changing the size and shape of the shelf. And you can also interact with the data itself. So with individual visualizations, doing things like rotating them, data selection and so forth. So Joe did a study and looked at these different kind of types of layouts to see, flat layout is kind of what we might use on it's similar to like a large screen or 2D display, but it would be interesting to also kind of have the data wrapped around you, so you can just kind of turn your head, kind of like in the personal cockpit. And so we did a user study, and what he found, just the main takeaways were there was some difference. So the flat interface actually took a little bit longer. So and the quarter circle was the fastest, which is interesting. So the flat actually takes a little bit more time to walk around, for instance, and the quarter circle was kind of most preferred by participants, kind of a balance between the two. Then he did a second study comparing a full circle display and a half circle. So this was with many, many more small multiples to see if it scaled up. And again, the participants preferred the half circle layout. They found the full circle a little bit disorienting, harder to locate things, et cetera. And flat provides a nice overview, but requires more walking to look around. So these are kind of preset layouts, but what would happen if you're able to actually create your own virtual layout? So if you had a bunch of objects, and where would people put them if they had more control over these? So this was another student from our lab, Kadik, just recently got his confirmation of his graduation. But this is one of the projects he did there called Maps Around Me. So he was looking at map data in what's called a multi-view layout. So you have, if you're trying to, look deeply at data, sometimes you need different views with sometimes a different scale and, different locations. So this is essentially what's called a multi-view map. So for instance, you have this large overview map, and you can kind of pull out these smaller detail maps, and it allows you to do this kind of interactive exploration process. You can grab a smaller map, you can extract this from the map, so forth, and you can grab another segment from that one, and so on. So you could quickly get a large number of these maps if you had kind of a complex task, and the question is where are you going to put all these? So how are people going to organize this information if you have many maps? So CADIC did an observation study with 16 participants and kind of gave this preset set of maps and these various tasks that they had to complete these maps. We just kind of want to see how people interacted with these and what they would do. So participants completed a total of 80 different layouts in these different tasks, and kind of analyzed these to see what were common usages. So one thing we found was these different kind of patterns of layout geometry. So about 80% of people would use what we call this spherical cap layout. So there were some people did like a full spherical, but like in the previous study, most people didn't make use of this entire space around them. They used kind of a small segment of that space, but still wrapped it around, and a lot of it is within arm's reach, so they can move these things around and manipulate them easily. So that was a far majority. Also, a bit smaller majority, so about 60%, a little less than 2/3 of people created what you might call a central window layout. So they had the overview, the large overview in the middle, and they kind of distribute things in groups. So you can see these colored groups around the main window. But people had other strategies as well. So the coordinated one is interesting, where they kind of have everything lined up to the side. And then a few people did these other things like the occluding layout. And we also looked at how people interacted over time. So some people just kind of created this layout and kind of left it, whereas other people, interestingly, actually moved these around throughout the different tasks. So moving the maps and changing the layout was actually part of the thought process and part of thinking about information. So I think that's a really interesting finding from this study. So next I'm going to talk about a couple of other projects that have to do with interacting with smart environments. So smart environment, of course, is where we have a lot of buildings now. So some of our new teaching spaces are embedded with all kinds of sensors. So the lights kind of go off and on automatically. The heating and cooling is very controlled. So it's becoming more and more commonplace. So this is a project I did during one of my internships at Autodesk Research in Toronto while I was still a student, and it's called Ivy, and it's essentially a spatially situated programming environment. So you can construct actual programs that connect these kind of smart objects and be able to visualize the data flow between the objects. So I created this kind of set of virtual logic constructs. So a port is essentially like an interface into the smart object, and you have these different types of operations, the trigger being the most important. This is kind of a if this then that operator, and a few other things, and being able to send data to the cloud, so forth. So we use this metaphor of nodes and tubes. So you have the logic nodes, and these are connected by these colored tubes. The colors just show what's connected at the other end of the tube. And it was really kind of prototype demo app. We actually connected it to these real sensors. So there's these TI, Texas Instruments sensor tags. This is about this big, and it has about 11 different sensors in there, temperature and light sensor and so forth. And we actually wanted to show the data coming in, going through the program, and actuating something in the physical real world. So you have a physical real world input source and a physical output that are connected by this program. And we also made it so you could kind of visualize the data flow and see the data going through the system. So here's a very simple example. So I created a trigger node, and I'm going to link this to a light sensor. So imagine there's a light sensor above this window, and you can kind of set some of the parameters. So what I'm setting is if the light is over a certain number of lumens, it's going to send a trigger. So this is an if this then that. So if the trigger gets flicked, it's going to be connected to this fan. So you can imagine, it's just a very simple example, but imagine it's getting very hot and there's a lot of light at the window, and when there's a lot of light, you want the fan to turn on so you can like cool the office a little bit. So you can run the program and you can see I'm shining a light on the sensor and it actually causes the real world fan to turn on. And of course, you can make much more complex programs than that. So this is an example where you might imagine, say there's somebody inspecting a museum and there's these kind of traffic sensors around and they want to inspect remotely through virtual reality to see what's going on. And if there's a certain number of people, they can maybe trigger this central exhibit to go on or something like that. And there was some debugging tools as well. So you can kind of see the data going through the system. You can step through the nodes one at a time and so forth. So it's kind of a really fun project and had a little bit of an evaluation you can read about in the paper if you like. But I'm going to move on. So I'm moving through these quickly, but just for the sake of time, kind of want to show a few of these cool fun projects I worked on. So this is something called the Corsican Twin. So so the Corsican Brothers is a novella by an author called Alexandre Dumas. It's kind of a well-known novel, first published in 1844. And the point of the Corsican Brothers is a pair of twins, and when one twin felt pain, the other twin being connected to them could feel the pain as well. So that's kind of the concept that we built on in this example of what we call digital twins. So a digital twin is kind of a virtual copy of a real environment. Like you see here, this is one of our kind of a BIM model, building information model, on the left of one of our teaching spaces at Monash. And on the right is one of the physical plant rooms. So we have the machinery, and this is kind of a virtual scan of that room. So the idea is we wanted to be able to imagine if you want to have these data visualizations in an environment, somebody needs to put them there. So the idea is you have a tool where you can author the data visualizations in virtual reality, and then you can kind of export this into augmented reality. So there's the real world, you interact in a digital twin, you kind of decide, you have a designer that decides where the visualizations are going to go. So you have a particular visualization that's related to a certain data source. So you want the data visualization to be there available for the worker. And then on the right is kind of what it looks like in AR. And then once you have the twin, it's very easy to align these. So you can just take a virtual QR code. In VR, because our tracking systems work very well now, you just need one common kind of spatial reference point. So you place a virtual tracking code in VR, and then you put a real tracking marker in the same place in the real environment, and then you can view the data in AR. So in virtual reality would be a designer kind of deciding where the visualizations go and connecting them to the data sources, and then the maintenance worker could use augmented reality to just view these visualizations without having to construct them in the real environment. It's already done before they get there. So this is a design space by Wesley Willett from University of Calgary. He kind of looked at these different types of visualizations. So we kind of implemented two of these. So one's called a situated visualization, which means the data visualization is kind of there near by the referent. The referent is the data object of interest of the object that you want to look at that's related to that data. And then what's called embedded visualization, which means using something like AR, you can kind of integrate that data visualization more kind of within the physical object. So you have something that might look like this. So a situated visualization is just kind of a typical 2D a time series chart that you might see on a desktop, but this is actually physically located in space next to the object. And the embedded visualization actually appears to change the form or the shape of the object. So for instance, if the water in this tank is getting hot, you could change the color. In this case, I think we changed the shape of the tank. So the size changes a little bit. And kind of explored that, the designer has the option to look at different variables of this. So this is just an example. So that was the designer kind of creating the environment. And this is what the exported version looks like so this is actual view of one of our plant rooms at Monash, and this is the data overlaid on that environment. So I just kind of want to leave off with a few of the future challenges. So I'm going to take these from a paper we published recently at CHI earlier this year. It's called Grand Challenges in Immersive Analytics. So we actually, we had a workshop at the previous year at the CHI conference. It's CHI, if you're not familiar, is kind of the main conference in our area of human-computer interaction. So often there's several thousand researchers from all around the world that would attend this. That year was virtual, of course, and we followed up with these virtual workshops and ended up, creating this paper. It's kind of a roadmap of these grand challenges with these 24 authors. So this happened over several sessions. We came up with these 4 topics and these 17 challenges. So I'm just going to talk about a few of these from one of the sections. So there's 3 particular challenges related to what you call spatially situated data visualization in the paper. So it's challenge number 3 in the paper. It's titled Designing Guidelines for Spatially Situated Visualization. So as I mentioned, a lot of the stuff I've shown you, it's a very new field, immersive analytics. So there's a lot of exploration and trying to understand what 3D visualization and augmented and virtual reality visualization are really useful for. So it's been very exploratory up to this point. But there is a lot of interest from industry and companies that we've worked with, like Lend-Lease in the city of Melbourne, and Honeywell are very interested in being able to actually see this data, in environments that their workers can use. This is probably a little bit off in the future, but one of the things we need to do is understand how to put that visualization there. So like in the previous project, you had this designer that could put information, but there's a lot more we need to know about what should that information look like. So if you're, especially in a very busy work environment, it may be dangerous, and you may have forklifts driving around, or there's other people in the environment that you need to interact with. So it's much more complex than just looking at information. Where I am now, I'm just at home in my office looking at a screen, right? And all the information is encapsulated in the screen. But when you take that information, out of the glass screen and put it into the physical world, what does it need to look like? So this is a little kind of chart of some previous research in this area. So there's kind of 2 dimensions here. So one is supporting spatial interaction, kind of like the personal cockpit I showed you at the beginning. And there's this idea of, like when I showed you embedded visualizations, this idea of integrating the data visualization, the data encoding, kind of integrating that directly with the physical object. So a lot of work has kind of assumed that this integration, this embedded visualization is a really good idea because it's going to make it much more intuitive and easy for people to understand the data. But at the same time, it's potentially much simpler, and you have to kind of simplify the data a lot. So maybe you can't convey as much information. So I think we don't really understand what is the best way to represent information in different settings. There's a lot of opportunities there, but we need to really do more research to understand how we should actually go about this. So challenge number 4 is about understanding human senses and cognition. So this is very related to number 3, but this is more about taking, having a better understanding of the analyst or the human themselves. So this is actually related to some research that was happening at the Empathic Computing Lab at University of South Australia when I did a short postdoctoral fellowship there before I started at Monash. And they're very interested in using things, physiological sensors, things like EEG and eye gaze and heart monitoring data, and be able to share this and create better shared experiences through computers and virtual reality. So being able to have kind of more intimate relationships and discussions with people over these kind of virtual channels. In my case, this is more about understanding, kind of using similar methods, but more to understand how people are able to perceive and understand information. So if you're going to have, again, this information in a very complex environment, how does that affect the worker? How does it make them, what can they perceive in this kind of complex background? What is easier for them to understand? How can you make adaptive interfaces that adapt more to the user? So if people are doing different tasks in different working conditions, how can you adapt that information so it supports them better based on their state, so their mood or their emotions or their kind of cognitive workload and so forth. And the last one I just wanted to add in is about applying spatial visualization ethically, right? So we have, I guess we live in a time where, there's a lot of concern about, how the relationship between people and devices and, kind of the people that make and operate these devices and platforms and systems. And there's, right now there's a lot of information being collected. So we're all kind of aware of this. Some people are more comfortable with it than others. But essentially, you have on mobile phones, they're kind of essentially looking at everything we do. And there's questions about how the people that make the software kind of apply that data. So I think there's a kind of a danger there with these immersive systems because they have access to a lot more information about how we're interacting. So, there's this, it's kind of a timely point because there's this new kind of, you may have heard of this buzzword recently about the metaverse, it's called. So, there's different terms for this and the concept has kind of been around, I think, for a while, but there's a bit of a buzz about this metaverse and what's it going to look like. We don't actually know, right? It's more of a concept now, but the idea is you have this very similar to what I'm talking about. You have this embodied internet. So you interact using spatial interaction, natural interactions, and hypernatural interactions, and using this to communicate with other people. And to do all kinds of things like shopping and other things. So I think there are some definite benefits to this, but again, this opens up some dangers. For instance, if you have people that this becomes a work environment, then it opens a lot of opportunities for surveillance and we need to think about how we want those environments to look. So I'm just going to leave with an example. This is actually kind of a fun film. It's a few years old. It's called Hyperreality. It's kind of a concept film about augmented reality by this author Kaiichi Matsuda, and it's actually a lot of fun to watch. So it's kind of this dystopian example of augmented reality. You may have seen it, but if you haven't, I encourage you to check it out. There's a lot of cool kind of proposed augmented reality interactions and things like that. But the funny thing about this, which is not so funny in the real world, is that everything's kind of a mess, right? So there's a huge amount of information there that's causing this information overload. So there's really kind of no limitation on things. There's just kind of this huge dump of all kinds of things overlaid on the environment. And this is an example of, I think, while it's fun to watch, it's a good example of something that we don't want to have in reality. So I guess that last point is just about the awareness of this is the time, the opportunity we have now is to kind of shape this future to the way we want it. So I guess I'll leave it there. That's my talk for today. I hope it was on time. And thanks very much for listening. It was fun to share it with you.
Okay, what an informative and interesting presentation, Dr. Barrett-Ens. Everybody, would you please to give an applause for Dr. Barrett-Ens? Okay, talking about your research, now we are not bounded by the size of the monitor screen to display information. And it is very interesting to build such a cool things, to visualize data and have a new experiences in interaction with the data, instead of using traditional flat display to just visualize data. And I think it is like what the superhero doing in the Marvel movie. Yeah, I think what they do, like using fancy technology to visualize something in the movie is possible to us in a real life. And now we have time for discussion with Dr. Barrett Ans. If you have any questions to him, please raise your hand virtually and turn on your microphone when I call on you to ask a question. Or you can also post your question through the chat box. And I will read your question out loud, and then Dr. Barrett Ans will respond to your question. Okay, is anybody here want to ask a question? Okay, while we wait, maybe I have mine first, if you don't mind, Dr. Barrett Ans. My questions is, do you find any difficulties, maybe like a technical challenge or non-technical one, while take a look into participants' preferences in order to displaying information virtually? Is it there any relationship between persons' preferences with the challenge of understanding human senses and cognition in situated context?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of challenges, I think. So this is something that is related to my background in human-computer interaction, and some of the others I work with have more background in data visualization. But we're very used to kind of running these user studies. Often they're very informal. It's not. I think our methods are a little bit less rigorous than in some people like to say than in other like social sciences or medicine. Because we're not dealing often with kind of life-threatening situations. So it's a little bit easier. So we can do studies more quickly, and maybe we have fewer number of participants and so forth. So we tend to use groups of about 10 to 20 people. And I think the challenge this raises is, it's a fairly small sample size often. So for some things like a new technology, like if you're measuring something like, just for an example, like pressing the speed of pushing a button or something like that. So if you invent a new design, you can actually get a pretty good model of what that time is like, or different, if you have different types of interfaces and people are interacting with them, that's a good sample size to really get an understanding of, the average performance. Of course, this varies with different age groups and different types of factors, maybe gender and so forth. But with things like understanding data, it's a much more difficult question. So the more complex the thing is you're testing. So if you have a study where you can kind of distill something down into a very simple task, you can get very accurate measurements of that. But if you have something that's much more complex, like a real world application, like a data analysis problem, then you have a very high variance between the responses, right? So people have different preferences, and there's so many different factors that can affect that. It becomes a very difficult thing to measure. So this is actually a very well-known thing in the data visualization community. And it's actually one of the sections of our grand challenges paper is about the need to have better methods for evaluating these kinds of interfaces. And then one thing I found is looking at this kind of idea where you can take the information out of the screen and put it into the real physical world. It suddenly becomes extremely complex because you have not only all of these factors related to the application and how people are going to use it, but now you have things like the user's mental state and how many other people are in the room and the complexity of what's happening in that environment. So if it's a dangerous environment, you have the relationships between a person, for instance, interacting with coworkers is different than if you're in a social situation or if you're at home and so forth. So all these extremely this extreme complexity from the high number of variables that are introduced into this situation makes it very complex.
Okay, thank you. So the genders also can affect the person preferences. Okay, and to talk in a different topic, Dr. Barrett Ernst, do you think that maybe education should engage in using this way of using information by AR or VR to transfer knowledge, and especially in giving the new atmosphere of learning atmosphere for students, because we in this situation like in the pandemic of COVID-19, we know that we can see students in a proper class, like to see them person in person.
Yeah, I mean, there's some definite advantages and of course disadvantages of these technologies, right? And depending on what you're using it for. So again, not all technology is useful for everything. And in particular, VR, it's good for certain things, particularly things that have a spatial component. So virtual reality is very good at tasks where you have, if you're doing some training or something and you have, maintenance is a very common example because you have these physical objects that are laid out in space and you have to interact with these kind of spatial objects and manipulate and move things. So a couple of things that VR is good for. So one is tasks that have a spatial component. One is working over distance. So you can have probably a much more the technology is I don't think it supports this well yet, but in future you can imagine having a meeting like this where you can actually see the people standing or sitting around you, and you can do this over distance and make it much more like a real situation rather than having kind of a grid of camera views in the screen, right? And then another thing that so it could allow training over distances. So if you have an area where it's very expensive or difficult for somebody to get to, so in Australia this is common for training tasks, for instance, in a lot of the kind of the mining operations and things that go on in Western Australia. It's quite expensive to send an expert there. So if you could do this training remotely or to a different country, it's an advantage. And the other one potentially is, having some scale. So if you could have an intelligent agent or a virtual teacher that's actually a pre-recording or using some artificial intelligence to make them more responsive to the learner, you could potentially, increase the efficiency of learning by having fewer teachers to a higher number of students. Now, of course, this may or may not be a good thing, but there are situations where maybe this is desirable and beneficial, and of course there are others where it's not, and you would rather just have a teacher with fewer students in the classroom. But I think those are some of the main opportunities.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Dr. Barrett Ernst. Okay, now we have another question. Comes from Mr. Igede Mahendra Dharmawiguna. So the question is, Undiksa is the university that focusing on the field of education. According to you, sir, what are the research trends related to immersive analytics that focus on education? Dr. Barrett Ernst, would you mind to respond to the question?
Sure. I mean, I think so this is not an area of expertise of mine, but just from what I've seen and what I'm aware of, is there is, I think, a particular interest in virtual education that's been inspired by this COVID pandemic. So I think a lot of institutions are making efforts to look into how to do things like classrooms virtually. It's particularly, so for example, in Monash, we have a lot of students that are overseas and they haven't been able to come to campus, which is unfortunate. So, I think people realize that, beyond the pandemic, there are other situations where you can improve the learning experience by making the education more accessible using these technologies. So I think it is a really current topic. One area that I'm aware of is in vocational training. So again, this virtual reality is very applicable to things with the spatial component. So being able to train somebody like in a crane operator, for instance. So if you're in a crane, you can have something that's a very expensive and dangerous training task, and you can make this much less dangerous and much less expensive by having kind of a virtual environment for a component of the training.
Okay, thank you. We've reached the end of time slot, but maybe we can welcome for the last question. Okay, the last question is coming from. Okay, I will read the question. In your opinion, can current VR technology be used for training? Example, drone control training with some obstacles. Is the current VR precise enough to be used for this? And this question comes from Mr. Imadegede Sunaria. Thank you for the question. And Dr. Barrett, please respond to the question.
Yes, thanks for the interesting question. I think in this case, I'm aware of a little bit of research with drones and controlling drones through VR. This is related to an area known as teleoperation of robotics. In this case, the precision is not going to be the major challenge. So tracking systems have become fairly precise, and it depends on what kind of tracking you have. But the kind of inside out things like the HoloLens and are quite impressive if you have the chance to use them, even VR technologies. I think what's more of an issue is the latency of the control system. So the tracking latency is quick enough that we can use this in VR. But if you're controlling something like a drone, you have a delay in the response time from sending the control signal to the drone and the drone responding and sending the visual input back to VR. So that latency is well known in virtual reality to cause what's known as similar sickness. So you have a mismatch between your vision system and your vestibular system. It's called ocular vestibular mismatch sometimes, and this can make people sick. So the idea of being able to control a drone by moving your head and control the camera of the drone is very compelling and something people have looked at, but you need extremely high or extremely low latency systems for this to be effective.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Barrett Ens. It is time to end up our session for today. If you have any additional questions or further discussion with Dr. Barrett Ens, if he doesn't mind, you can reach him through email. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to say thank you very much, Dr. Barrett Ens, for participating in IConVET and giving us such an inspiring talk. And we look forward to other collaboration opportunities with you. And we would like to show our gratitude through this token of appreciation. Dr. Barrett Ens, please kindly accept this certificate of appreciation.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. I'm very happy to take questions by email.
Okay, thank you so much. And we would like to say thank you to all the participants who following this session as well. And we apologize if during the holding of this session, there were things that were not pleasing you. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, finally, this session is ended. I would like to hand over the event to the MC and for Dr. Barrett Ens. If you have any other occasion, if you don't mind, you can leave this room or you can feel free to stay here if you don't have any agenda after this. And thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Before proceeding with the lunch break, we as a committee would like to give appreciation to sponsors of the International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology. The sponsors who supported this event are Pegadaian, Ganescom Studio, and Suara Teknika. The next event is a break. The break time lasts 30 minutes. After that, It will be followed by the third plenary session and parallel session. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your break. We'll meet again in this room at 1 p.m. Central Indonesian Time.
Welcome to Undiksa, the largest state university in North Bali. Undiksa had developed for a long time ago. It was started in 1955. B1 course for Indonesian language was established to create Indonesian language teacher candidates. It developed to become FKIP Udayana University in 1962. SDKIP Negeri Singaraja in 1993, and IKIP Negeri Singaraja in 2001. Finally, in 2006, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha was officially established. Undiksa was the largest educational university in Bali, organized educational and non-educational study programs to create teacher candidates and non-educational professional graduates. Undiksa has a vision to be an excellent university based on the philosophy of Trihita Karana in Asia by 2045. Located in Singaraja City, North Bali, Indonesia, Undiksa now has 8 faculties and postgraduate programs, with 11 Diploma 3 programs, 37 bachelor programs, 40 master programs, 2 doctoral programs, and 2 professional programs. Besides creating innovation that departs from problems in industry and communities, Undiksa is constantly developing its curriculum. The implementation of the curriculum follows the development of science and technology in the industrial area, which is supported by very adequate supporting facilities and infrastructure. We provide comfortable lecturing halls, open areas and gardens, national and international standard sports facilities, such as soccer fields, volleyball and basketball courts, outdoor and indoor tennis courts. In 2021, Undiksa has 12,756 students and 469 lecturers. We have 40 professors, 141 lecturers with doctoral degree, and 288 lecturers with master's degree. To be Undiksa students, there are 3 different tests to enter this university, such as SNMPTN, SBMPTN, and SMPTN. Tuition fees at Undiksa are very affordable. Semester tuition fees start from 500,000 rupiah per semester, which is adjusted to the economic conditions of prospective students. At Undiksa, students not only learn from the academic development, but also for non-academic area. There are 24 students activity units that will develop students' talents and interest in sports and arts, as well as students' organizational skills. Through these academic and non-academic programs, Undiksa has achieved the various national and international achievements. The living cost in Singaraja city is very cheap. With a cost of 750,000 rupiah, students can meet their daily needs for a month. Rental houses are also easy to find around campus with varying annual rents. The nature of Buleleng Regency, which is Negara Gunung, makes Buleleng has many beautiful and easy-to-reach natural tourism destinations, such as beaches, waterfalls, and botanical gardens, so that students are not difficult to find a refreshing place. So, let's study at Undiksa for a better future. Education is the best escalator for social change.
Bapak Ibu hadirin pecinta seni yang berbahagia, selanjutnya sebagai persembahan terakhir dari Duta Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha yang akan menampilkan tari kreasi bebarisan dengan judul Mancar ing Jagat. Terinspirasi dari tari baris dap-dap di Desa Pedawe, merangsang penata sehingga mengaplikasikannya menjadi sebuah karya tari kreasi bebarisan dengan intisari yaitu memberikan suatu gemerlap cahaya kesucian dalam suatu proses pembersihan Buana Agung dan Buana Alit dalam proses menuju keseimbangan dunia, keharmonisan dan kesejahteraan dengan konsep Buana Kerti. Esensi gerak pada karya tari ini tidak terlepas dari esensi gerak tari baris dap-dap di Desa Pedawe yang dikembangkan. Penata tari, Nyoman Arya Barata, Inyoman Karisma Aditya Hartana, penata tabuh, Ngurah Agung Rizky Restuaji, pelindung, Inyoman Jampel, penanggung jawab Iwayan Swastra, kostum bayi sampai kostum Batuan Gianyar. Hadirin dan pecinta seni yang berbahagia, langsung saja kita saksikan bersama Duta Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Selamat menyaksikan. Bapak Ibu hadirin pecinta seni yang berbahagia, selanjutnya sebagai persembahan terakhir dari Duta Kabupaten Karangasem akan mempersembahkan tari bebarisan dengan judul Daneswara Raja. Daneswara Raja adalah sebuah karya tari kreasi bebarisan yang terinspirasi dari keagungan Gunung Agung atau Tohlangkir yang dipuja sebagai sumber kesucian dan kesejahteraan. Daneswara Raja berasal dari kata dana, Iswara, dan raja. Dana berarti kemakmuran, Iswara adalah dewa kesucian, dan raja berarti pemimpin. Raja juga berasal dari kata radea, yang berarti sinar surya yang maha cemerlang. Daneswara Raja adalah konteks garapan tari kreasi bebarisan yang dimaksudkan sebagai cahaya dewa Iswara, sebagai prabu atau raja yang menganugerahi kesejahteraan menuju penyucian jiwa yang maha sempurna. Konseptor dan koreografer Wawan Gumiart, asisten koreografer Farda Adi Saputra, komposer Iwayan Anton Kurniawan. Hadirin dan pecinta seni yang berbahagia, langsung saja kita saksikan persembahan Duta Kabupaten Karangasem. Selamat menyaksikan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to rejoin the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology, IConVET 2021. Our program continues with the 3rd plenary session. The 3rd plenary session will be guided by Dr. Pil Desi Seri Wahyuni, Eskom MH, as moderator. To Dr. Desi, time is yours.
Thank you for the MC. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are entered to the 3rd plenary session. So hopefully the whole audience is still enthusiastic following this session. Please have a nice seat for everybody. Thank you very much for preparing yourselves to join our conference. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, Shalom, Salam Harmony, may God bless us. The Honorable all lecturers of the Engineering and Vocational Technology, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and the Honorable all participants of this conference, the Honorable Professor Pascal Marquet. Good morning, Professor Pascal. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today at this wonderful place and time. My name is Desi Wahyuni as moderator in the third plenary session. It is such an honor for me as the moderator of Professor Pascal. Let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the International Conference on Vocational Education and Technology 2021. Please welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker today is Professor Pascal Marquet. Let me describe about a short professional CV of Professor Pascal. He is one of the professor in educational technology, Vice Dean for Relations with Socio-Economic Partners of the Faculty of Education and Lifelong Learning of the Strasbourg University, and also as the chairman of the National Expertise Committee of Innovation in Agriculture Education. He has received his bachelor, master, and doctoral degree in Pierre Mendès France University Grenoble. He also gave a contribution in many research fields, especially in capacity building experience, analysis, and evaluation skills. More than 15 years, Professor Pascal also became a scientific reviewer of 6 international journals, and he has been committed in 21 scientific committees of international conference. He joined actively as world-class researcher more than 35 years. He has made a lot of scientific international books as author or co-author, a number of 231 scientific publications since 1990. In professional experience, now he actively as chair of the National Committee for Pedagogical Innovation in Ministry of Agriculture and Food since 2018. Before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, the keynote will be invited to present the material for 40 minutes, and after that, there will be questions and answer session for 15 minutes and followed by the degree of gratitude. Now, allow me to welcome the speaker, Professor Pascal Marquet, to deliver the presentation. Professor Pascal, the time and screen is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you very clear, Professor Pascal.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for this introduction. And first of all, I would like to say how pleased I am to join you this afternoon for you, this morning here in Europe. And also, I would like to say that I would have liked to join you in Bali, as I did 5 years ago in Yogyakarta, but well, it was impossible to travel this year. So my talk will be about, as you can see, I hope in the screen, something that worries us, the whole community of technology in education, I think all over the world. This is the idea that we shouldn't teach with digital tools what we can teach without. This is something easy to say, but not easy to do. So I will spend the 40 next minutes explaining why this thing can be so important for all of us. So I will develop 5 points. First of all, I will remind that we have a long tradition of introducing ICT in education and training. We also have a long tradition of research about ICT. Then I will move to a new theoretical framework that can help us to understand why we should switch to new content in when we use digital technologies. So we will see what kind of new content, why new content has to be taught, and of course, we will see what are the locks that we may find if we do so. So let's start with this so-called tradition of introduction of information and communication technologies in education and training. As you can see here, from now 1940 until today, so almost 80 years, we have a series of theoretical framework that you can read on the screen, from behaviorism, constructivism, cognitivism, social constructivism, activity theory, distributed situated learning, cognition, social cognitivism. These theories try to explain how human beings, how people, how students, how young adults are learning. And along this series of theories, we have development of information technologies and also development of application of these technologies for learning and teaching. So if we come back to the 20th century, computers appear after the end of the Second World War. From the 60s to the end of the century, we were used to talk about information and communication technologies. Then appeared the famous PC, personal computer, in the early 80s. Then we had the multimedia era, internet, e-learning, blended learning. Now we have these technologies everywhere in our lives. And of course, we faced the COVID-19 pandemic since 2 years now. And if you mix the progress of technology and the theory that I've mentioned, we had also these applications that you can see: program learning, computer-assisted learning, virtual learning environments, open and distance learning, learning management systems, massive open online courses, and personal learning environments. So what I want to show here is that we now are studying and using technology for a long time, and we have a lot of words, a lot of concepts, a lot of theories, and it's very important to try to understand how all these ideas are going together. And this is why I try to arrange things, making the difference between the 20th century and the 21st century. So if we come back to the 20th century, the main idea while studying the use of technology in training and education situation was that individuals were interacting with objects of their environments. What I mean by this is that when you are studying people, when they are learning something, and when they are using computers, you think that they are interacting with objects of their environment. This was the main idea. And you can see all over the different periods of time, which were the main theoretical framework and which were the main applications. So since we do not have much time for that, I will not give detail all about these different representations of the reality and representations of this application, but I wanted to show that things have changed over time, and that now in the 21st century, we consider that individuals are interacting with their environment through object. And this is something that is very important to consider, because the main idea is that when you are doing something, you often, and maybe always, I mean, something that mobilizes your brain, something intellectual, you most of the time, and perhaps always, need a machine or a computer or a tool. And this is the idea that you always interact with our environment through object and through digital object. As you can see, all over the 25 past year, we can find different theoretical approaches, different names of the use of technology. Of course, you can recognize open and distance learning, which was mainly motivated by social constructivism. You can see the rise of learning management systems that can be connected to the activity theory. You can see also the appearance of these massive open online courses for now more than 10 years, which can be connected to the distributed and situated cognition theory. And let's say since 5 years, there is this personal learning environment that can be connected to the social cognitivism theory. So the idea behind this slide is that now, when we are studying and trying to understand how people learn and how people learn with digital tools, we consider that they are interacting with their environment through object, through digital objects. If you also consider things over time, you can see that for the scientific community and also for authorities, I mean governments and authorities that put money in technology and put also energy in the change of education, we can see that different ways of thinking can be identified from 1970 to until today. The first idea, the first, let's say, way of conceiving the introduction of information and communication technology in education was that there should be a pedagogical added value when you switch from traditional teaching situations to computerized teaching situation. This is why, let's say, in the Western countries, in Europe, from let's say 1970 until the end of the 20th century, a lot of money have been put in introducing computers in primary school, secondary school, and also in higher education, because the main belief and the main intention was to improve education. And the scientific community was very keen in trying to show that there was effectively pedagogical added value, but it has been very difficult to prove that computerized situations were better than traditional situations. In the middle of the 90s, we also could see the how multimedia became important and how internet also became important in our lives. And the main idea was not to try to show the pedagogical added value of ICT, but to show the interest of using digital media, meaning that if you dematerialized the content and if you are not obliged to be in the same time, in the same place, you can improve teaching situations. And the main concern of the scientific community from the end of the 20th century was to show that this disruption could add value to education situations. And of course, it is very interesting to mention that when you use internet, when you use digital media, when you dematerialize the content, of course, you give access to education to people that cannot move to an institution. So this is the main interest of distance learning. But the added value in terms of learning outcomes is very, very difficult to show. Now, since it's very almost impossible to prove that the use of information and communication technologies, or that the introduction of digital media gives better results than traditional teaching situations, the main idea since now 20 years is to try to think about what is important to do with digital tools. So there is a kind of transformation of the expectation of the use of digital tools from added value, from improvement, to something new that could be engaged with these digital tools. And the main idea now, if you consider the mass of scientific works that is available, is what is important to do with these tools that are in our everyday life, and how can students, can pupils, can teachers, can people appropriate the platform on which they work, the teaching scenario they have to deal with, and the content they have to learn. And if we want to understand this kind of thing, we can look through a theoretical framework that I will try to present in a few words. This theoretical framework can explain how one can appropriate instruments, and in these instruments we can all, of course, include digital tools. The main idea in this picture is to say that our environment, our world as human being in the 21st century contains tools which are material objects, and knowledge which are symbolic objects. So when you come into the world as a baby, your world is full of these objects which can be considered as artifacts. And all along your life, as a baby, as a young girl or a young boy, as then adults, teenager, and then a young adult, and of course adults and young men or young women. You interact with this object. So this is the idea of the 20th century. And by doing this, you transform these artifacts into instruments, meaning that you can master these artifacts. You can use them in your life, and you know how they work, and you learn things in terms of knowledge and know-how. So transforming an artifact into an instrument is the main idea that you can see in this picture. And of course, this transformation is the result of two processes that I will not have the time to explain, but that you can see under the term of instrumentalization and instrumentation. And if you are interested in this theoretical framework, you can read this author, which has been translated in English, of course, and which is very interesting to read. So what I want to say here is that when you are in a teaching situation or in a learning situation, you have to transform into instrument two kinds of artifacts. And I will try to show and explain how it can work. So let's focus on something which is very, very simple and that we all have learned at school. This is the concept and the technique of multiplication. You have here in the screen the representation of multiplication. So this is how you can count three and the different result into lines and into a table. What I mean by this is that when you learn something at school, you always have to deal with the representation of the knowledge and the knowledge itself. And this is something that works for everything that you have learned all along your life. You can make the difference, you can distinguish the pure knowledge, which is what you know, and the way how it can be represented to be, let's say, to be faced to someone else or to be discussed. Here you can see the example of the multiplication. So, sorry, it means that when you learn, when you teach, you have to face two processes of instrumentation in the same time. You have to learn the content and you have to learn or to understand the representation of the content. So why is it so important to make this this point? Because when you when you try to understand what is taught at school or in education and also in vocational education, what is taught to anyone is something that can be represented in two dimensions because of the domination of the printing industry. And the origin of this domination is the time when these famous laws of compulsory education have been voted in the end of the 20th century. And at that time, the dominant industry of dissemination of knowledge was the printing industry. And when you think about that, you can easily understand that it was very important, although it was not the main intentions of the decision makers to to say, oh, what can be taught because we have to print it on a book. No, it has not been thought like this. But afterwards, you can say and you can understand that a book contains the knowledge. This is a two-dimension technology. And if you can see something on a book, it can also be written on a blackboard, the chalk, and it can be copied by the learner on a notebook with a pen. So from the beginning of compulsory education, there is a domination of these two-dimension, let's say, technologies. And we can now understand why what has been put in the curricula must absolutely be represented, transmitted in two dimensions. And what is new with the introduction of digital tools is that you are not necessarily constrained by these two dimensions. And I will try to explain what happens. When you learn with technology, as you can see here, you have the knowledge, you have the scenario of the knowledge, this is the representation, and you have also the system through which you are learning. And this means that when you introduce a technology in a learning or a training situation, you impose, you oblige the learner to appropriate three types of instrument at the same time. So you are switching from two types of instruments to three types of instruments to be appropriated in the same time. And this is why I think that introducing digital tools makes learning more complicated than learning in traditional situations, because you have these, let's say, processes of appropriating content, appropriating representation, and appropriating the functionalities of the system in the same time. And you have to transform these so-called artifacts into instruments in the same time. And this is something that is more difficult than using the traditional two dimensions tools. So let's give some examples that will, I hope, makes things more clear. Compared to traditional education, I think that we can say that the dominant industry of knowledge dissemination is changing. It is becoming digital. So this is why I think that if we consider that we move from a two-dimension dominant technology to a three-dimension dominant technology, we should teach new content that can be represented in 3D, that can be simulated, that can be augmented, that can be virtualized. And this is the main idea that I want to share with you this afternoon, moving from something traditional in 2D to something new in 3D. So let's give some examples. With our common digital tools, it is already possible to dematerialize teaching resources. This is what we can do with open and distance learning. And it is also possible to compensate distance from an institution with these virtual classes. And we have all experienced this during last year and the year before, during lockdowns in all of our countries. But what is also possible, and what do I mean by 3D dominant technology? As you can see, we can introduce objects in space. Here you can see a molecule, and of course this is the traditional representation of this molecule, and this is how it can be represented within a digital tool. And of course this is printable, and here on the right side, this is possible to manipulate it on the screen, and this is also possible to build it on your table if you have the material for that. So you can easily imagine that you can introduce 3D manipulation of objects with the digital tool. You can also reproduce and simulate phenomena over time, and this is what, of course, we all know under the name of simulation. So here, this is a screenshot, and you can see an electrical device, a series or a parallel circuit, and you can see that how the Ohm law can work, and this is a way how you can understand the behavior of electricity when you are at school. And of course, here you move from the traditional representation to something that you can simulate on the screen, that you can quite manipulate if you use this software. So this is another example of what is possible. And of course, this is something that doesn't really change the content, except the fact that you can represent it in 3D and that you can simulate the behavior of reality. Then, and this is something that you also know, you can augment reality. And this is the example here. You can see someone who is visiting a castle, and with the tablet that is given in the entrance of the museum or of the castle, you can see things that appear on the screen, and that gives you an idea of how people used to live at the time of the castle has been built. And here we are switching to new content. This is really something that was not possible before the availability of this tablet and of this technology. And this is something that needs to be mentioned as very new and very interesting in terms of learning. And the last example is the possibility to show something that is not accessible. And of course, I took the opportunity of this conference this afternoon to show you my institution. So you have here a Google Map photography picture of my institution here in Strasbourg, in the eastern side of France. And of course, if you cannot use this technology, it's absolutely impossible to imagine where it is, to imagine the landscape. So this is a new way to deal with geography. So the main idea that I want to share with you is that we have the possibility to introduce new content in our learning and training situations. And if it is easy to do, it is not necessarily easy if it is easy to say, it's not necessarily easy to do. And why is it so difficult? And maybe this will be the discussion we will have together after my talk. So why is it so difficult? Because, of course, when you introduce technology in education, the fact that authorities want to put technology in the system change the power of this technology. This is a phenomenon that is known under the name of schooling, meaning that if everybody is using something, it cannot be as powerful as it is when a few people is doing this. And the educational institution transforms the power of these tools into something that everyone can use. Another thing is that, and this is something that has to deal with the cost of education. As you can read, in the training sectors, employers are mainly interested in reducing the duration and cost of training, and technology is often introduced in training situations for that purpose. It means that you are not necessarily interested in improving education, but in reducing, improving education and training, but in reducing duration and cost. And this is not exactly the same thing. And a lot of new products in the e-learning industry are dedicated to the improvement of the economical aspect of training and education. Another barrier, another difficulty is that when you digitalize traditional resources and when you put these resources into a learning management system, well, this is not always optimal, and this causes instrumental conflict, which means that the content, the representation of this content, and the way you can manipulate this representation through the software, through the platform, through the learning management system causes difficulties because they are not compatible altogether. And this is a major difficulty that we all encounter when we switch from traditional teaching to blended learning or to distance learning. We all know that you have to re-engineer, redesign the resources, we have to redesign the scenario, we have to redesign the curriculum in such a way to make resources compatible with the representation at screen and with the functionalities that the user learner can use. And for that, there are many methods that we can find in the scientific literature, and you can see some of their names, and the most popular all over the world is the AD method. But when you are doing this, you are always trying to rearrange things that exist and to put them in a digital way to be learned by the students or by the learner. So what I can say in terms of consequence, and if we want to succeed in putting content into digital tools, is that we have to define what is the content, how to represent it on the screen, how to script it, meaning what kind of story will I tell in order to introduce this concept, introduce this knowledge to my students, and what kind of actions are possible for the learner through the machine, through the software, through the computer, through the platform. So this is almost the end of my talk, and I would like to give you some points to be discussed with you. So again, the idea that I tried to develop with you this afternoon is that we should avoid doing with digital tools what we can do without. Because if you replace with digital tools what can be done without, you need to redesign the sequence of teaching. And this is something that is very difficult. And most of the time, we do not redesign the scenario, we do not redesign things enough, and we are causing and we are generating instrument conflicts. The other thing that we should know is that although we can find on the internet thousands of resources, this is not because they exist, and this is not because that they are available, that they are suitable for what we have to teach or what we have to put into our curriculum. Because we are never sure that the content, that the scripting and that the functionalities of our platforms are all compatible together. If you consider that, and if you want to avoid difficulties for your students, I think that one of the solutions is to try to define new content, something that you have never taught before, because you did not have these 3D technologies so easily available. And this is the idea I really want to share with you. I think that the power of technology will be fully available in education when and only when we will be able to move from traditional content to new content. We have a new 3D dominant dissemination of knowledge technology. We have to teach new things. And I would like to make a parallel with the entertainment industry, and this will be the end of my presentation. It took decades for the cinema industry to move from the tradition of literature and the tradition of theater, you know. And now we can say that the cinema industry is totally independent from what you can see in a book or what you can enjoy when you go to a performing place. And even we can see that some of the techniques of the cinema are coming back to the performing arts. And I think that when we are now considering education, this is something like that should happen. Moving from the tradition of books, moving from the tradition of traditional teaching and learning to something new which is multimedia, something new which is digital tools. And of course, we are on our way to do this transformation, but it will take several decades. And I hope that we will be able to do it all together all over the world. Okay, sorry if it was maybe very, very dense, but I wanted to share this idea with you this afternoon, and I would be happy to answer questions. Thank you very much for having invited me and for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Pascal Marquet, for giving us such informative and interesting presentations about the journey of optimization of technology in education. There is an instrumentalization and instrumentation. Your presentation is very detailed. describe about instrumentalization and instrumentations. Please give an applause for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now come to the questions and answers session. Please use the raise hand feature in our Zoom platform, or you can write in the chat box in Zoom platform. Please, everybody can ask or sharing your idea, your opinion about how to optimize technology in our education. Professor Pascal. Hello. Yeah. I would like to ask, while we wait the audience asking about the questions, your presentation, the title, it is easy to say. When we use digital-based technology knowledge, but broken down into cooperative and integrative structure between didactic, pedagogic, technical, and user learner. You explain very detailed, didactical, pedagogical, technical artifact, and user learner. I have two questions, Professor Pascal.
Yes, please.
The first thing is how to adjust the learning style of students with one of these artifacts. For example, from didactic artifact, how to create and deliver content to arouse curiosity in students. We know that a flood of information knowledge, especially in pandemic situation, is happening now. But how can we limit the scope that we will deliver to fit the curriculum in Indonesia? The second one, I see the barriers in your slide to optimize the technology. I would like to relevance with the TVET. When we are talking about the TVET, we are concerned about two terminology, about education and training. I would like to concern about the training. In practice or training, instructors and trainees prefer face-to-face meetings, such as in machine practice, culinary practice, and etc. In my opinion, how technology can replace emotional perceptions when practicing using technology compared to face-to-face? Thank you, Professor Pascal.
Yeah, thank you very much for your questions. And I will try to give a clear and short answer. As you understood, this model and this way of representing the way we can understand the introduction of digital technologies and the consequence on education and training doesn't take into account the concept of motivation, the concept of curiosity. And this is something that we have to do when you are doing science. You choose a way for representing the reality that cannot take all this reality into account. And thank you for raising the point here. We are in a let's say, perspective of designing curriculum and building resources without dealing with motivation and curiosity. We are focusing on the compatibility of the pure knowledge, its representation on screen, and the way how the user will interact, will play, will manipulate this representation on screen. Of course, and by doing this, we hope that there will be no difficulty of appropriation, but we are not anticipating on, of course, motivation and curiosity and, let's say, interest of the final beneficiary of this course, of this resource. And you are perfectly right to mention it. And this is a way of considering things of course, which reduces the reality to only didactical, pedagogical, and technical aspects of technology. And thank you for raising this very, very important point. But this not mean it doesn't mean that this is not important. It means that you cannot do it when you introduce this kind of vision of things. And about your second question, well, I think that it is, of course, very, very difficult to find the same kind of information, and of course, the way how you feel, the emotion when you are using digital tools. And this is what we are experiencing this morning. I am in Europe, you are in Indonesia. We have 5 hours of time difference, and I cannot see you, I cannot catch your eye. And of course, this is something which is very, very different. And we can use emoticons maybe, but this is very artificial, and we do not know how to do it yet. This is something that is also very, very challenging. And unfortunately, I don't have any interesting answer to your question.
Thank you, Professor Pascal, for your answer. Yes, when we talk about didactic, is very an art value inserted in the content, Professor Pascal, is very challenging for us to create innovative content. Thank you very much, Professor Pascal. Okay, there is one person with a raised hand. Ibu Dr. Ketut Agustini, please, your time.
We cannot hear you.
Okay, thank you for the time. Miss Desi, thank you for the time. May you have my...
Sorry, Professor Pascal, there is a trouble technical. Okay, please, Ibu Dr. Ketut Agustini.
Okay, thank you for the time, Miss Desi. Prof. Pascal, in your presentation, there is talk about there are many digital resources engineering method for teaching and training. There are a hal-hal model, TVET approach, the ADDA method, system method, and so on. I think the hal-hal model is a new model for me. Can you sharing about that? Thank you.
Yes. Well, I will give you my slides, and you will see the reference. Well, I put these different names in order to show how numerous these design methods are. Alice's, TPAC, AD, and so on are different approaches that always, well, in a certain way, are doing the same thing. These are steps to follow. There are steps to follow, and if you follow these steps, you are quite sure that you will build something that is operational, in the sense that it will work. But my idea is that working is not enough. It can work, and it can generate instrumental conflicts, in the sense that you have a knowledge inserted in a representation, and this representation or this script is embedded in a platform. And when you use the platform, it's very, very difficult for the user to access the representation of knowledge or to access the script of the course. And if it is difficult, it's even more difficult to access the pure knowledge that has been put by you as a designer of this resource or this course. So I think that the most important thing is not the method that you are using, but the precaution that you have to deal with when you choose the content, when you choose the representation, and when you choose the functionalities that you will allow or that you will give access to the learner. And this is the main idea that I try to develop, is that, well, if you want things to work, do not try to put into technology things that you can do without, except in distance learning. Teach or show or train people to something that can only be taught with technology. If you want to teach languages, for instance, it is much more interesting for a language learner to interact with native speakers. And so, but if you transform a handbook into a PDF file and you download the file on the screen and you read the book, this is not very interesting. But if you read the newspaper of a country, if you watch broadcast news, and if you speak with native speaker, this is something new. This is new content about language learning and teaching. And this is something that is only possible with technology, and that was not possible before. And this is how I can illustrate things that I'm saying about the introduction of digital tools in education and training.
Okay, thank you. Professor Pascal, Ibu Dr. Ketut Agustini, thank you for your questions. Professor Pascal, actually there are still many interesting things and questions to ask, but due to limited time, I'm so sorry, Professor Pascal, but I would like for you not mind, would you mind to please write your email so that we can share and talk each other via email? Thank you very much, Professor Pascal.
I will put my email in the chat room so that you can see how we can discuss, and you can send me a question. But the thing is that I talk to the operator, so maybe you can forward my email to the whole audience. Let's try. Okay, so let's stop here, and I send you my email. Thank you very much for your attention and your question, and I hope that it was useful for all of you, and I also hope I will be able to travel to Indonesia in the near future.
You are welcome, Professor Professor Pascal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this international conference. Before I close this conference, I would like to give the special gratitude as your contribution of this event. Thank you very much, Professor Pascal.
Thank you very much.
Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, Shalom, Salam Harmoni. Bye-bye, Professor Pascal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the speakers for the great materials given to us. Next is the best paper announcement. The best paper announcement will be delivered by the IConVET 2021 Coordinator of Proceeding. To Mr. Imade Dendimai Sanjaya SPD MH, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the MC. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Namo Buddhaya. Salam Harmoni. This year, IConVET received 59 papers submission from Indonesia, Australia, and France. With an acceptance rate of 64%, IConVET accepted 35 papers for presentation after double-blind review papers from 43 reviewers with 3 reviewers for each paper. Based on the review score, we would like to announce the Best Paper Award of IConVET 2021 awarded to Lena Citra Manggalasari et al. With the paper title Non-Formal Vocational School During COVID-19 Pandemic. Congratulations and give the applause. On behalf of the Program Committee of IConVET 2021, we would like to thank all reviewers as Program Committee Chair, participants, presenters, and organizing committee. And see you at the next IConVET 2022. Om Santi, 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon.
Next, we enter the parallel session. The audience is invited to enter the parallel room according to the schedule and link that has been given. The closing ceremony was held simultaneously in its parallel room.
Welcome to Undiksa, the largest state university in North Bali. Undiksa had developed for a long time ago. It was started in 1955. B1 course for Indonesian language was established to create Indonesian language teacher candidates. It developed to become FKIP Udayana University in 1962. STKIP Negeri Singaraja in 1993, and IKIP Negeri Singaraja in 2001. Finally, in 2006, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha was officially established. Undiksa is the largest educational university in Bali, organized educational and non-educational study programs to create teacher candidates and non-educational professional graduates. Undiksa has a vision to be an excellent university based on the philosophy of Trihita Karana in Asia by 2045. Located in Singaraja City, North Bali, Indonesia, Undiksa now has 8 faculties and postgraduate programs, with 11 diploma 3 programs, 37 bachelor programs, 40 master programs, 3 doctoral programs, and 2 professional programs. Besides creating innovation that departs from problem in industry industry and communities, Undiksa is constantly developing its curriculum. The implementation of the curriculum follows the development of science and technology in the industrial area, which is supported by very adequate supporting facilities and infrastructure. We provide comfortable lecturing halls, open areas and gardens, national and international standard sports facilities, such as soccer fields, volleyball and basketball courts, outdoor and indoor tennis courts. In 2021, Undiksa has 12,756 students and 469 lecturers. We have 40 professors, 141 lecturers with doctoral degree, and 288 lecturers with master's degree. To be Undiksa students, there are 3 different tests to enter this university, such as SNMPTN, SBMPTN, and SMPTN. Tuition fees at Undiksa are very affordable. Semester tuition fees start from 500,000 rupiah per semester, which is adjusted to the economic conditions of prospective students. At Undiksa, students not only learn from the academic development, but also for non-academic area. There are 24 students activity units that will develop students' talents and interest in sports and arts, as well as students' organizational skills. Through these academic and non-academic programs, Undiksa has achieved the various national and international achievements. The living cost in Singaraja city is very cheap. With a cost of 750,000 rupiah, students can meet their daily needs for a month. Rental houses are also easy to find around campus with varying annual rents. The nature of Buleleng Regency, which is Negara Gunung, makes Buleleng has many beautiful and easy to reach natural tourism destinations, such as beaches, waterfalls, and botanical gardens, so that students are not difficult to find a refreshing place. So, let's study at Undiksa for a better future. Education is the best escalator for social change.
Once again, the audience is invited to enter the parallel room according to the schedule and link that has been given. The closing ceremony was held simultaneously in its parallel room. Finally, on behalf of the committee in charge, apologize if there are mistakes in word and actions. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya. Shalom. Salam.
Thank you.
State University in North Bali. Undiksa had developed for a long time ago. It was started in 1955. We one course for Indonesian language was established to create Indonesian language teacher candidate. It developed to become FKIP Udayana University in 1962. STKIP Negeri Singaraja in 1993 and IKIP Negeri Singaraja in 2001. Finally, in 2006, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha was officially established. Undiksa, as the largest educational university in Bali, organized educational and non-educational study programs to create teacher candidates and non-educational professional graduates. Undiksa has a vision to be an excellent university based on the philosophy of ditanyakan, Asia, or North Bali, Indonesia, ISPA now has 8 faculties and postgraduate programs, with 11 diploma-3 programs, 37 bachelor programs, 14 master programs, 3 doctoral programs, and 2 professional programs. Creating innovation actual problem in industrial communities. Is constantly developing the implementation of curriculum supported by very adequate supporting facilities. We provide comfortable lecturing hall of area garden. Volleyball and basketball court, outdoor and indoor sports. Has 12,460 professors, 140 doctoral degree, and 288 there are 3 universities and 3 schools that are very affordable. To the economic condition of students of the academic department, but also for the there are 24 student activity units that will develop student talent and interest in sports and art as well as communication skills. Academies and programs, it's various national and similar very cheap of 700 the daily rental houses are also easy to find around campus varying annual rent. The nature of Bulan Regency, which is easy to reach to our citizens waterfalls and botanical gardens. Some students are for a very few years. Escalators for personal change.